Hello? Hello? You're good. What the fuck? Yeah, fucking Spectrum moment.
Spectrum.
Oh, thank you, Spectrum. That was awesome. Sorry about that, everyone. Now the VOD is gonna be in two pieces, and I'm not like a little annoyed about that.
Classic ISPs.
Wait, shit. No, now there's gonna be another ad break too. Fuck.
That thanks Twitch. Twitch is just so good at, be patient, everybody. It's only a multi-trillion-dollar company. They're a small indie company. They're figuring it out still.
Yeah, they're not they're just low. They're fake. Pop 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 pop. Refresh Nation. Yeah. Sorry about
Yeah.
that,
Oh yeah.
everyone.
Refresh.
Sorry about that, everyone. Spectrum also tends to like fuck me randomly, so blah blah. Ad break starts in. Okay, you know what? We're gonna fucking preemptively do the hot takes.
So you got to subscribe to hear the hot take
In
answer. Yeah.
in 30 minutes, you get hot takes. The last person I interviewed was like, I don't have any real hot takes, because it's like one of those, but you know. And now we're going
Mm.
back to farming hot takes. I did think I'm farming hot takes is a very funny thing to say. Shout out to
Just like
everyone I've
collecting
interviewed.
them.
Shout out to everyone I've interviewed. Thank you for coming on, by the way. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no. Thanks for having me. This computer technology is pretty wild, ain't it?
I love online. I was gonna make a new redeem for the stream, but I could not think of a single thing to do. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's fair. I can't think on my feet like that. When it comes to this side of things, like thinking on my feet in a music sense, sure, but this stuff, I no, crash and burn.
I've been like relatively good at like figuring out like impromptu things to do. A Space Ghost redeem would have been awesome. God, Archibald, tell me this
Ooh,
a week ago.
go back in time, you plant the seed in the brain. Yeah, I do love me some Space Ghost.
I could probably do that next week or next interview. Oh wait, shit, I leaked that. I leaked that there's another one incoming, even though this is the thing I do now.
See, and even talking about Space Ghost there, that's also ancient internet lore, but even though
Uh-huh.
it's pre like accessible internet,
But before we get into it, the ad break has started. So, uh, give us tell me a hot take. This is how we farm money.
Okay, I hate drum and bass music. I think it's boring
Ooh.
because every chorus is dooch 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 dooch, and I can't stand it. Like I can listen to Four on the Floor like rock music like no problem, even though that's like the same idea that I hate, but I don't. I hate drum and bass music. That's one of my music hot takes.
That is such a scalding hot take, and I am like a drum and bass head.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I'm like a square pusher, like I'm a square pusher, like fan to my bones.
See, and I've been meaning to try Square Pusher because I know Square Pusher's also a bass player, and they're a really fucking good one at that too.
Oh, they're an incredible
Um,
drum player and bassist, drummer and
yeah.
bassist.
Oh man, I saw a clip of them like shredding some bass, and I was just like, and they're making more. They're doing better electronic music than they are at bass. Holy shit, their electronic music must be sick. But I've never listened to them. I think I listened to a little Show Leader one. But I couldn't tell you
Oh,
what song it was.
that's how it's pronounced.
I don't know. Shoba Leader one, maybe.
Probably.
That's my best guess.
Like, well, we're halfway through the ad break. Give us another hot take.
Hmm. Okay, one other hot take. Um, I don't know if it's a really hot take, but I get annoyed when people talk about pineapple belonging on pizza or not. Like there are way worse things people put on pizza than pineapple. And pineapple is the Nickelback of toppings, where it gets all the hate and doesn't deserve it.
Then what is the topping you hate that you absolutely fucking hate?
I mean, anchovies is the classic one. Like I would never put fish on pizza. No. No, fish isn't supposed to be on pizza. That's not happening. And then maybe a worse one than that would be, I don't know, like I think a taco pizza is just kind of defeating the purpose of a taco. Like
What
it's just
is that?
it's like, tacos are great and pizza's great. Just why do we need to have them together? Enjoy them separately.
I'm investigating taco pizza.
Oh, you don't know what taco pizza
I've never
is?
heard of
Oh,
this.
maybe it's a Midwestern thing here.
Uh, I know the Midwest. I know Skyline Chili.
Hey, that's an Ohio shout out. There we go.
I ate it and it made me sick.
Oh no, what? Yeah, I can't do chili mac anymore actually because I got sick eating chili mac. But it wasn't Skyline; it was a different place's really famously good chili mac though, the local place.
Know what chili mac is? Hold on.
Chili mac's where it's just spaghetti, but instead of pasta like tomato sauce, you put on chili and beans and stuff.
I like those things. I don't ever eat
I do
chili.
too. I do like a good chili. There's an amazing shub shop downtown. Very original, very creative name. It's called the Original Sub Shop because it's the very first one. Invented the submarine sandwich back in whenever, and they have a really good house chili.
They
Now I want that chili tomorrow.
they
Ooh.
invented Subway.
I think one of my okay. This is a hot take that I don't necessarily believe anymore, but I actually have this could be a Nardwar level thing too. This is me bringing my own Nardwar research into myself, which of course is gaming the system and is illegal in many states. But we're in the hot take zone, so that's okay. I used to hold firm to the belief that trap influence beats were the worst thing to happen to hip hop music. And that take made it to, get this, it's the cover of an Anthony Fantano Let's Argue video. Someone in chat can find that, I bet. But I am on the cover of a Let's Argue video. The same profile, like picture, my profile picture that I use everywhere pretty much is Naoto's dad from Fooly Cooly, looking really sad and depressed and stuff, because and I am on the cover of a Fantano thumbnail for that take. And do I still believe it? I mean, not in the smarmy mean way that I think I put it at the time. I think I was meaner about it at the time than I am now. But I definitely don't like much trap influenced hip hop. But I am totally prepared to admit that it's necessary for the culture. And, like it makes sense.
We call this growth.
Yeah. Growth minded. Big things coming.
Big things are coming. So, the ad break is over. I keep saying so. Ad break over. I think we can move on to the next section. The next section of inspiration. But actually no, we're not moving on to inspiration. I still have to say things.
Say things. I will say things back.
Okay. Can you tell me about a little known Twitch channel known as, if I can fucking find it, Darbian?
Oh, absolutely. I could. I have a lot of Darbian lore because maybe it's maybe presumptuous, but at one point I feel like I was the proprietor of Darbian lore. So Darbian is I won't say retired, but he's on indefinite hiatus. A very famous, if you like speedrunning, which is speedrunning is, right?
Of course.
For our audience that might not know, which is possible, you never know. Everyone's different. Speedrunning is when you complete a video game as fast as you can, but with certain restrictions depending on the game, depending on how much you want to break it. Like if there's any like glitches or codes, save codes or whatever. So there are different ways to play every game, and speedrunners make a set of rules to follow to then complete the game in the fastest amount of time. And Darbian at one point was the world record holder for the fastest completion of Super Mario Bros., the original NES edition, on the NES. So he completed the game as fast as a human could, um, by like the fastest way, which is called any percent, where you go through as few levels as you can without using any cheats, but you use glitches. So there's glitches where like the wall jump, where your character actually like lands on the wall, like a pixel on the wall, and then jumps on the same frame as landing on the pixel. So it's a frame and pixel perfect jump, and stuff like that. So he manipulated those tactics and studied them, and in some instances just pioneered them with other people's help, and held the world record multiple times on Super Mario Bros. 1 and other games too. Even Super Mario Bros.'s ROM hack for Atari 2600 called Princess Rescue, which is where someone reverse engineered Super Mario Bros. To condense it and fit it on the original Atari 2600. He had the world record in that too. So he was it still is probably my favorite streamer of all time. I really influenced me a lot in terms of just how to like handle talking to chat, I think, and talk to people in general, and just foster a very welcoming, chill environment always. Like almost every night watching Darby and stream was like the most relaxing night it could be, because it's just you're watching someone do the same thing over and over again, but they make it so entertaining by just being an engaging, relaxing person, a very calming spirit. It's like I haven't seen the movie in a long time, but like Spirited Away, I remember a scene in Spirited Away where the monsters like get influenced to be evil or something because the spring turns evil. It's that kind of mentality. If that makes sense. I haven't seen Spirited Away in like 15 plus years, but I remember a scene like that. And Darbin was the pure stream, like just made everything calm and cool and collected, and also massively entertaining in his own like dry wit sense of humor. And then he's breaking world records at the same time. It's just incredible. So I was a moderator. I mean, I still am a moderator for Darby and Stream, and I would actually like create commands for it. Like people would ask how old he was, so I had a command that was !ASL, which would just put 18 to 34. And then I forget what I put. I think I put young. He was often referred to as a young boy. It was a Twitch meme. It was a long. I won't even get into it, but there was a meme that some random commenter called him a young boy, and he's like, he's older than me. So I put his age as young boy. So he's 18 to 34 young boy, or his sex as young boy. And then location was Virginia, because he lived in Virginia. So, I would make funny things like that for his channel. And yeah, I moderated actively for him for like over a year, maybe almost 2. And he's been on indefinite hiatus for a couple years now, unfortunately. So I hope he's doing well. Shout out Darby, and always he is my biggest inspiration for streaming on Twitch.
I have another. I have an image to show.
Ooh.
Can you tell?
I like images.
Can you tell me about this?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! Well, man. Oh, that this is an actual no, this is an actual Nardwuar moment. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh, shout out my grandma, famous Twitch streamer, my grandma. So I see, we're both saying so a lot. That's like the word of the day. Have you ever seen Figure It Out? Do you remember that show, Figure It Out, on Nick?
I've never heard of that show. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, sorry. Figure It Out was this show on like Nick, where is 90s show, or maybe early 2000s, and they have like a panel of celebrity guests, and then one guest who could do some like Ripley's Believe It or Not type feat, like they could, I don't know, curl their body inside out or some crazy thing, and they would have a word of the day type of thing, like maybe like Pee-wee's Playhouse, but that's even older. They have a secret word, and if someone said the slime word, they would get slimed. So is our slime word, where we would just, continually being pelted with slime. Anyway, There we go. We'll say anyway instead of so. Anyway,
My other fill
I
word.
and other fill words. I had tickets to go see Death Grips. This was for any Death Grips heads out there. This was after they had gotten back together. I got into Death Grips like months before they broke up the first time, and then I was like, oh well, shit. I guess I don't get to see Death Grips live. That's fair. And they had already been like missing shows and like only two members show up type of thing. So it was kind of it was very like much like people are like, oh, I guess we're not going to see Death Grips live. No one's going to see Death Grips. But then they came back. They released the second part of the Powers That Be called Jenny Death, which I famously shit posted about on Mew back in those days. And when I got tickets to see them, the time came, the day of the show came. I posted. I wanted to just post on Facebook, as was the social media platform of choice at the time, still for yours truly. Not anymore, but it was at the time. And that, hey, friends, I'm going to go see this show. In which case I just kind of, jokingly put like, Lord, look over me, because Death Grip's kind of crazy band, right? Little energetic, little frenetic, maybe a little crazy. Could be some moshing, maybe, who knows? And I forgot my filter that I'd always put up on every single Facebook post. Up until that point, I had a list of all the adults that I was Facebook friends with, so I could filter them from the seeing the posts that I made, because that was most of the time actually. But I must have taken it off to share something public and forgot to enable it again. Posted that link, which is a link to the Death Grip song, You May Think He Loves You for Your Money, but I know what he loves you for. It's your leopard skin pillbox hat. I can't remember the full title. It's something like that. With, glass breaks, synth blares, and then Ride says, "Gets so fucking dark in here," and screams a lot, and he looks like he's on drugs. It's very scary to an outsider. And my grandma happened to see the post before I, because I saw it within like 5 minutes. I noticed that it was public instead of private. I was like, oh shit. And so I went to change it, but nope, my grandma, lovely sweetheart she is, must have seen, oh, my baby Eric posted a new Facebook post. I better click it and see. And it's Death Grips. You might think he loves you for your money. My grandma she's really white, and like, I think the hardest thing she's ever listened to is when I played her Red Hot Chili Peppers. So, she couldn't even fathom a hip hop verse in anything that she listened to or heard me listen to. Even I didn't share hip hop with anybody really, except my dad, I guess, and my friends, of course. But like, she could not. This is like the meme of where they're like, an 1800s Victorian child could not handle a Crunchwrap Supreme. That happened to my grandma in that moment with Death Grips. And so she left that gem of a comment, which you can see she's genuinely freaked out because she misspelled my name. She put Eric instead of Eric. She put Eric, no. EIRC, Eric. This is scary. No good could possibly come out of your seeing this show. Please reconsider. And so I actually called my grandma, or she called me. I think she called me. I didn't even get to call her before. I think she called me to like, Eric, what are you doing? And I had to make up a story, kinda. I was like, no, grandma, it's fine. I basically said they're actors. They're putting on a show. It's all part of the show. It's a very engaging one, and it's gonna be fine. Everything's great. Don't worry. It's at a real venue. I've been there before. And so I just gently calm her down. Okay, I was just really worried. It's like, it's fine, grandma. I love you. I appreciate it. So after all was said and done, I posted a edited, just like that, screen cap of this ordeal to Mew. I posted it on the Death Grips General, or I think it was Death Grips General at the time, DGG. Like, oops, accidentally told my grandma about Death Grips or something like that. Naturally, a bunch of Anons chimed in and were like, you fucking idiot. You absolute idiot. I can't believe you do this. This is hilarious. And I went to see this show. It was fucking amazing. That's live. All three members were there. Yeah, the line was wrapped around the block, and so it was just again, it was a sold show. Someone fell from the balcony, like on purpose. Like they dove from the balcony, didn't go very well. I think they broke their arm or something. Like, yeah, it was a wild time. My grandma didn't know that part. So, and then the crazy thing about this too, where it gets kind of sad for me, is just like I caught crossfire again. Was I went to post this image on r/old people Facebook, which are you familiar with that subreddit?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the order corn cracker bargle subreddit, which I still laugh about to this day.
I haven't thought about that one in so long.
Me neither. It used to be so good. I think it actually went private as like a anti-Reddit like protest thing. Maybe, I don't know. It's something like that. Either way, it was during the golden age of r/old people Facebook, and I posted on there, and then it got removed like pretty promptly as a duplicate post, and I was like, motherfucker, how could it be a duplicate? This happened to me. This is my post. What are you talking about? And then I refreshed the homepage, or I went to the homepage, and sure enough, top of the front page of r/old people Facebook group, someone else had posted my story. So someone else saw my post on Mew and then shared it to Old People Facebook. So there are at minimum 2 Death Grips Mew posters on our, Old People Facebook subreddit. Because I had went in the comments and people were flaming me for reposting. I'm like, I didn't repost. This happened to me. My username is Eric Plays Bass on Reddit. Like, this happened to me. So yeah, I got caught in the crossfire twice that day.
Do you have any opinion on the person who responded to your explanation saying that they just got back from the doctor with Ebola?
What was that from?
Your response? I have it right here.
On Reddit? You found it?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Oh my god. I know. I don't even remember.
I have it right here.
Oh my god. I haven't looked at this thread in so long. This happened in 2015, so this has been like 9 years.
Oh god, that was 9 years ago. Speaking of going to shows, can you tell me about crowd surfing at a Ty Segall concert?
Oh no. Is Archibald supplying a steady stream of deep cuts? Do I need to watch what I say on stream now? I have a log. Instead of Library of Leternu, it's Index of Eric. I gotta worry about the Index of Eric forming.
Don't worry, I don't have any sources anymore. This is all me. Also, hello.
Oh, and I'm seeing this
Lone
comment
Hobo.
now. Hi, Lone Hobo. Who gives a fuck, dude? It just got. Oh, yeah, that's right. The just got back from the doctor. I have Ebola. See at church is like the auto mod thing, and then that was me. I'm not gonna. It was me freaking out because I was still pretty awkward on this type of internet handling. Not that I'm amazing now or anything, but I was still bad. I was still really bad at, I think, interneting. For someone that spent a lot of time on chat rooms and forums from like 2005 onward, 10 years later, I was still really bad at talking online. But I guess maybe just I was not a great person too at that point. Anyway, yeah, so that's just someone saying, "Who gives a fuck, dude?" For me, like just freaking out about like it's not a repost. It's my post. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the other question that you asked?
Tell me about
Ty Segall.
Yeah,
Ty Segall.
Ty Segall.
Yeah. So, Ty Segall was on tour for his album Emotional Mugger, which was an album kind of similar to this talk, like talking about people being terminally, like people being online acting like babies like all the time, and Emotional Mugger was, I think, the idea. Like, at least I think, it's artist's intent, but my interpretation of it was that being online was getting your emotions mugged from you. Basically, you're stealing your time and your energy, spending too much time online and getting emotionally invested online, and so as a result, you get drained and sucked up in a vortex of your own demise. So anyway, Emotional Mugger was that, and to kind of like embody that idea, he wore this baby mask like every show for the most part. Like to start, he would take it off and put it back on at some points, and it's this really like ugly crying baby mask. And it's in the great, which I highly recommend to anybody listening and that might not even be familiar with Ty Segall's music. It's not spelled like the animal; it's Segall, and Ty Ty. KEXP. If you type those words in, those magical words, you'll get a beautiful thumbnail of Ty screaming baby head mask and all on KEXP. And it's this wonderful video. And I saw that and I was like, I got to go see these people. They were playing in Detroit near me. And so I looked online. I was like, well, maybe I can get one of those masks and like, because I think he'd either requested it or I just thought it would be funny. Yeah, there's a link in chat. Thank you, Archibald. And I found the mask. It was like $15 on Amazon or something at the time, and showed up. I wore it to the show. I put it on between acts, like there's an opener, and then like after the openers, then I put the mask on, and like immediately people around me were all buzzing, like, "Dude, he's got the mask! Oh, cool! Hey, awesome!" And there's a bunch of like stoner people too. And there was a group of stoners in front of me. It's like, "Oh, right on, man, yeah." And then one of them in particular was just so enamored with. He's like, "We're gonna get you on stage, man. We're gonna get you on stage." And I was just like, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure, whatever, man. I don't care. Like, I guess." Like, I had no plans to get on stage. Sure enough, though, Ty Segall comes out and right after the first or second song, Ty points at me and says, "I see Sloppo," which was the name of his character that he created for the album, was Sloppo. Points at me. The lights come over my direction, and I'm like looking around wearing the mask, like, yeah, it's me, Sloppo. Yeah, hinger dinger dinger. Like, and no sooner than that happens, the stoner dude bros in front of me all lift me up and throw me on stage. And I am on stage with Ty Segall, and they kick into the next song, which was, I think, Emotional Mugger. So the title track. And I'm just on stage and I try to act like a baby, I guess. I don't know. There is video footage of this. I will not link it. I will not link it. I found it. I will not link it. If you have a link to it, you can post it. I just won't help anyone find it. But it's out there. There is camera footage of me on stage dancing with Ty Segall and then crowd surfing. I had to crowd. That was the first and only time I've ever crowd surfed. It was awesome. And yeah, that happened.
Well, I don't have a video, but I do have an image.
Thank God.
I do have an image though, which is being saved as a web piece. So you're being saved by a web piece for like a couple more seconds before it's on the
Oh
screen.
my! Damn it, web piece.
All right, I got a photo.
That's it. Did I share that photo on stream? Yep, that's me wearing the mask. And if you notice, I wear glasses. So I had to cut out holes in the mask to slide my glasses through so they'd stick on my ears. Not like it's an expensive piece or anything, so fuck it. But man, that's my S3. That's my Galaxy S3. So that's how you know this was a while back. That was my first ever smartphone.
I don't remember Galaxy. Oh, I've never had a Galaxy. First smartphone was
Really?
PC1.
That's a good one though. That was a good one, and in its day, that was a great one.
It was
Actually,
awesome. Then I got an LG, whatever the fuck.
I wanted an LG G4. That was the hotness.
That's the one I had.
With the
leather
I
back.
wanted that one so bad. Yeah. Oh, I'm jealous. That was an awesome phone. Except I know a lot of them ended up having issues. Did yours end up having major
I
issues?
never had I never had any issues with it. The only issue I had was that the back wasn't flat because it was like curved because of the leather bullshit.
Oh,
And I used to play Love Live all the time,
oh,
and it was so hard to keep stable when I was playing that because I would be in my I was in high school when I had it. I was in my journalism class, which was basically a do nothing class and just chill class. I
hmm.
was like trying to play it, I was like I couldn't because I kept rocking back and forth. Other than that, I had so much music on that shit. Grobbling from Jim.
Scrobbling, yes. The last FM special. Did they make that word? Did they create that word?
I would be shocked if they didn't make the word. Yeah, yeah.
I spent a lot of time on there. I got a last FM when I went on mute because that was like, you got to show everyone your elite music taste. So, oh, I only scrabble swans and death grips and metal machine music.
I don't wish. That's also why I made a last FM too. So I've had my last FM since 2013. I don't know if I was in middle school or high school when I made mine.
Let me see. How old is mine?
Okay.
Oh, January 7th, 2013.
When
There you go. I'll link it. I'll link it in chat.
I'll also
Someone
link.
wants to since since we're time capsuling tonight hardcore. That's a link to my that's a link to my last FM.
I'll link
I've been
mine as well.
scrabbling pretty recently.
I'm addicted to scrabbling.
It is addictive, isn't it? Like seeing it's a number go up, but you also get music from it, so it's really nice.
I don't even use any of the algorithm things here. It's just like having number go up.
Yeah. I've had
Oh,
some good Scrabbles recently. Though I was listening to the Bocchi the Rock OST before tonight's broadcast because I love Bocchi the Rock. It's a fantastic show. Go watch Bocchi the Rock
speak,
after this if you haven't.
speaking of Bochi, I wanted to ask you about because I hear you talk about Bochi and mention it a lot. I want to know.
Mm.
I want to know more about that. I just want to know more because I know you're a big fan. I don't know if you have a
Yeah.
story or if you just want to share some or if you just want to gush.
Oh, I could gush all day about Bocchi, but I'll just let me put it this way: like I I like music. Surprised. So I love musical anime, not musicals, but any anime that's musical in nature. And, there's been a lot of great ones over the years. Ones I haven't finished, ones I have. Nodame Cantabile, I think is how it's pronounced. It's like a piano playing anime. But like that was like the first one, I think. Well, technically the first one I ever saw was Haruhi Suzumiya, Melancholy of Haruhi
Oh,
Suzumiya.
love
Yeah,
that.
the school scene. Yeah, the scene where she's playing for the talent show.
Yes. I listen to that
Yeah.
song so much still.
Oh, it's a great song. God knows, and Lost My Music. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was actually my like reintroduction to anime. That's a whole nother rabbit hole, but that was my reintroduction to anime. Was that scene? Like a friend showed that to me, and I was like, "This is the best thing ever. I gotta watch this show." And then I watched that show, and I was like, "I love this. What else is there? Lucky Star? Okay." And then we just kept going. Um, but Bocchi, before Bocchi, I'd say like without a shred of a doubt, my favorite anime revolving around music is Beck, Mongolian Chop Squad. It's an older one. Have you heard of it
Yes, I
before?
have. I watched it once,
Yeah.
but that was like
Oh,
10
okay.
years ago, so I don't remember too much about it.
It's a very heartfelt show. Like that, I think that's the thing that sticks with me the most about it. Not even the music. Is that it's not a show that's trying to be anything more than what it is, which is just a coming of age story of a young kid, well, high school kid learning how to play music because it's the only thing that fills him with joy and direction in life. And that's like if that ain't the truth, like that's it. I love the show dearly. It's even though it's not like, I you can't objectify art, right? You can't objectively say something is better than a thing. But if you're going to give some sort of metric system to any art, Beck is not high on the metric in terms of like amazing animation, incredible storytelling, but it's a very relatable show for me. I'd still say it's a very good show overall for anybody, but it's not well, no, I can't say Game of Thrones anymore. It's not The Wire. It's not BoJack Horseman. It's not at the upper echelon of these are the peaks of human accomplishment in media and everything. But I love it. And Bocchi is now that show 2020's edition for me. I love Bocchi so much. It's goofy. It's very socially awkward, which is something which Beck wasn't. It's the weird new age counterpart to Beck because it is much different. It's the same premise. It's a girl finding her purpose in music, her meaning and satisfaction in music. But whereas a lead from Beck is much more, I wouldn't say he's super confident, but he's at least like capable. Bocchi is incapable of like social contact, like in general. She's incredibly socially anxious to, played up for laughs in the show, but it's still really fun and cute, even though she's struggling horrifically mentally, but still entertaining. So the show finds a way to make that happen, which is great and relatable. And the music's pretty solid. I'd say it's even more solid maybe than Beck's music in general. So that might be a hot take for one half a person here that knows Beck other than me. And
I like the movie Mochi a lot more.
Yeah, it's part of it's being modern, but the Beck music is very derivative. Bocchi music, for being a modern anime that with a lot more funding than Beck had, I think maybe it's more creative. It's more collaborative, I think, too. It's I know Trico is involved with one of the guitar players from Trico. I think the main guitar player, she's involved with the music for Bocchi,
Yeah.
and it's really up my alley. So it's really great, really grand stuff. And I just love Bocchi as a character. I love the bass player, Hiroi. She's not just because she's the bass player, but and Rio, she's another great bass player in that. But yeah, everyone should watch it. It's a show that you don't have to be a musician to enjoy, and you can still like it as a favorite potentially, even if you're not a musician or musically inclined. Just because it's a fun, engaging show. The animation is a whole nother thing too. There's lots of a varied amount of animation styles and tricks and gags, visual gags, a lot of great jokes. But if you're a musician like me, like it's easy to latch on to the musical side of the characters involved and makes you just fall head over heels for it very easily. So much so that I paid money to see a recap movie, technically 2 recap movies in the theater when, the recaps were always the things you skipped when you watched the anime. Who wants to watch a recap? I already saw it. I know what happens. I don't need it recapped. Recaps, of course, made sense syndicated TV, but we're in the digital age, baby. We got the internet. Pay-per-view is the norm.
Streaming is now here.
Mm-hmm.
I must ask, speaking of musical anime, do you have any thoughts on K-On?
So I watched K-On! And are there any cops listening? I'm gonna assume no.
I'm assuming not.
Okay. K-On! Was the first anime that I ever torrented in Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
And so I remember downloading. This is turbo nerd shit. It was a release from a subgroup called Coal Girls.
Oh,
do you know about
psychic
Coal
damage.
Girls? Yeah. It was I think it was, I shit you not, 3 gigabytes in size, or maybe like 600 meg. It was a monumentally large file size, like Fraps raw recording file size. And I remember it took me ages to get that first episode. But once it downloaded, it was crystal clear, at least compared to what I was used to, because I think I used a site called Anime Season. It was called Anime Season to legally, of course, stream my anime in Minecraft. And yeah, K-On! I watched all of it and I enjoyed it, but I don't know. I maybe have to rewatch K-On! I tried a couple. I actually tried, I think, during COVID quarantine, and it had nothing going for me anymore. But I think it might just be more of a personal thing, like just the testament of the stuff I like is not as slice of life in that style. Not the fwa fwa, really cutesy stuff. Bochi is not cutesy slice of life. I mean, it's cute, but it's more like hectic and frantic and chaotic and just goofier in a more, I don't know, in a different way. I can't really quantify it. But there's some good music in K-On! Though. I can't remember the last time I listened to a K-On! Song though, outside of the show. Put it that way.
I agree with that somewhat. I
And
didn't
if
I didn't like
the
K-On! When I first watched it. I was like, I don't know how old I was when it came out. I remember I thought it was kind of boring, but I like the music. And now I don't think of the music often they do for music.
Definitely, I can still play. Like you name a K-On! Song, I can probably play you the bass line for it. I learned all the bass lines because I that's just what I do. You know, I know too many songs on bass. My Twitch request list used to be over 2,000 songs. And then I realized that, oh, this is just making it hard for people to request because there's too much to look at. So, I culled my list and went from there. But yeah, I can still play a lot of the bass lines for them, but I don't listen to them. I
Some
think the last one I listened to was probably Fwa Fwa Time. That was one of my favorite ones, I think.
some could even say you're Eric and you play bass.
It has been known to happen on occasion.
This is actually a good segue into the next section of inspiration. So,
Mm.
what got you into music?
So I actually recently realized that I come from a very musical family. My grandpa's grandpa was a piano player, and then my grandpa's dad was involved in many area big bands and stuff, was a really like capable on-call session musician for big band music, so like jazz and swing and stuff. Um Playing clarinet and saxophone, I think, mainly. Yes, things with reeds. And so he was like really in demand for the time he was alive. Um, and then my grandpa actually was a drummer for a little bit, briefly. I as I learned like randomly one day when I had a drum kit in my house growing up, never played it because it's just too loud and awkward because I sucked. But my grandpa came over one day and like I was upstairs he was picking me up from school, like to go to school to take me there. And I went upstairs to like get ready, like change into my school clothes. And then I heard someone playing my drums downstairs, and I didn't think it was my grandpa because he was pretty good. So I came downstairs. I'm like, Grandpa, you can play drums? Like, oh yeah, I still remember my rudiments. So and my dad played bass a little bit. He mainly played clarinet and, as he would call it, oboe in band class because my dad was in high school in the late '70s. So when rock music was really popular, it established popular, but he went to a Christian high school, so like much like me, so that was of the devil, and you can't really listen to that. Even Christian rock music, like there's a Christian rock band called Striper that my dad snuck out to see because they're so radical, spreading the gospel with rock guitars. Whoa, crazy. So yeah, I come from a musical background, at least on my dad's side, and what directly got me into playing music is really weird and dumb, kind of. Just one of those like just slice of life moment, I guess. Just a run of the mill. One day, it kind of happened moment where I was riding my bike. I was probably 7 or 8 years old. I was riding my bike up and down the little street that my dad's house was on, and I heard "Round and Round" by Rat come on. Are you familiar with that song?
I don't believe so.
It's one of those songs where you probably don't know it by name, but if you like tuned into a classic rock station, you'd probably hear it within an hour or two. It's just very 80s hair metal. And round, dun 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 dun. What goes around comes around. It's kind of hokey, but it's got this really like swanky guitar. There's a bow, dum, bow, 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 and I just thought that was the coolest shit. And so I remember riding my bike up like really fast when I heard it, and I was like, "Dad, I think I want to play guitar." And he kind of looked at me like, "Really?" I was like, yeah, this is cool. I like this. I want to do this. And for my 9th birthday, I came home from school one day, and sitting in the doorway, getting home from school, was a bright red Squire Stratocaster. And I thought so how innocent I was, is like I thought my dad bought himself a guitar and was showing it to me. And I was like, "Cool guitar, Dad." And he's like, "That's yours, buddy." I'm like, what? Yeah, shout out music. Thank you, music. Um, yeah, so that's how I started playing guitar. And I already kind of told the story of playing bass, as I just showed up and I was the only one willing to even give bass the time of day. 'Cause everyone just hates bass in general. So
So, oh, the so came back. Blah blah.
so
So,
anyway,
what do you feel are your biggest musical inspirations?
I think especially early on, um, was Red Hot Chili Peppers for sure. I listened to a lot of Red Hot Chili Peppers, especially when I started playing bass, because they're a very bass heavy band and made bass cool for someone that was heavily, it's been the joke to say that bass is like the stupid member of the band, or the weakest link of a band, when I learned quickly on it was much the opposite. Much like Murderface from Metalocalypse was, bass is the foundation of the band. So that was what I learned listening to the Chili Peppers and the Who. Those are like my two like big rock bands I listen to a lot. Maybe ad nauseum, even for my dad's sake. And I learned a lot of bass lines from Flea, the bass player for the Chili Peppers, and John Entwistle for the Who. And yeah, just spent my time learning chops from those people. So those are my two biggest like band influences, I think, starting out. Nowadays, I'd say it's more like Thundercat and like electronic music in general. Like honestly kind of doing the square pusher thing like you mentioned earlier, like trying to make bass into like take electronic runs and stuff and put them on the bass guitar. Like they're one of my favorite, like in general, pop songs is MGMT's "She Works Out Too Much." I think that's a perfect song. Like if you're gonna award a 10 out of 10 to something, like that deserves a 10 out of 10 at least. And in that song there's two times it happens mainly. It's all synth bass throughout the whole song, but there are these two like synth bass runs that like you can't really do normally on a normal bass. But I'm gonna figure them out, and I'm gonna adapt them to normal bass, and I want to learn how to play them so I can do like covers for them, because that's what I like. I like when bass is doing things you wouldn't expect it to do. And that's really fun. So that's an inspiration too, just the general vibe there.
You mentioned the MGMT song. Is there any other song that you feel has resonated with you specifically?
I was just listening to this one the other day. Caro Benito's Only Acting. That is, I feel like that's one of those songs that like when time passes by a little more, it's going to be recognized as a landmark in some capacity. Like maybe not for a little while yet, but you know how like Vaporwave came out and people were like rediscovering old funk and soul, like, and then sampling it and stuff,
Yeah.
much like hip hop did in the 80s. That's a huge gap right there between the 80s and then into the 2010s with that gap. So that might happen the same way with Caro Benito's Only Acting. That's my like throwing out my bet way out there. But I love that song so much, the way it moves and grows and develops. Um, yeah, that song is hugely inspirational to me now, and that MGMT song. Um, Recently, I've been really listening to more punk and stuff, and there's a really great punk band from Canada called No Means No
Yes.
that I've been really getting into because they're very talented, like skilled musicians playing music that normally doesn't require like the type of skills that they apply. Because I hate when people say punk music isn't like skilled. Like there's absolutely a huge amount of skill to punk. It's just it's not. It's different types. It's like exercising different muscles. You know, it's like complaining like, oh, a mountain climber couldn't power lift. It's like, well, no, but like they're using their muscles differently, so they're still doing something skillful. So like punk music's like that, and I'm trying to develop those skills for my own playing in general. And No Means No has been a really good inspiration for that too, just that energy of punk, but with more of a focused pizzazz kind of thing. I try to get inspiration from a lot of places because there's nothing but inspiration, you know. Even stuff I hate, I can get inspired by stuff I hate. Like you know the trap influence beats I talked about. Like there's inspiration there, you know, making the rhythm do the absolute minimum to kind of carry the song and let the other stuff, the spices that you throw in with your word lyricism or the other instruments do the heavy lifting. Like that's a cool idea. There's just so much. Oh, I think Wrong might be on Spotify now. I
They
think.
they did. They added it. They added it. I think recently because I remember listening
Yeah.
to the all of wrong that Spotify will let you listen to.
No.
You mentioned.
And
Sorry,
that
sorry.
reminds me. Sorry, real quick. That reminds me that I have a vinyl copy of Wrong, which I just lucked into before the reissues came out recently. But
What?
my yeah, they've had the reissues out now for a few months, and I want to pick one up because I want to compare it to my original. Because if it sounds like as good as my original, I'm just gonna sell the original, get the money for it. But it's I lucked. I came in one day. I used to work at a record store, and one day I came in on my off day and was just asking my coworkers, oh, so what I missed so far? Well, what you guys what's going on? They're like, oh, we had a cool kind of buy-in recently. It was a bunch of random junk, but some cool punk stuff. We got a copy of Wrong from No Means No. What? Like pause. Where? They're like, over there. I need it. I'll take it. And I got hooked up on it too because I worked there. So, but it was pretty nice. But anyway, my vinyl copy. I wish there's a the digital copy has a song called "State of Grace" on it, which I think is like a bonus track on some CD release. And I'm so sad that that's not on the vinyl copy. I don't know if it's in the Spotify release. Let me see. But that's like one of my favorite No Means. Yeah, it's not. It's not on there. It must be like a extra bonus track on like, or is like a part of a single. I don't know.
What was the
But it's
hidden
called
track?
"State of Grace."
Uh,
What it's on.
you mentioned. I'm gonna go on a little side. You mentioned "Only Acting" by Cara Cara Bonito. Uh,
Yeah.
I have also held that opinion since I first heard it. I was like, this is like one of the best songs that I have heard in a while, and people need to talk about this more because there was hype. There was a lot of hype.
Absolutely.
There was a lot of hype with that and that album when it came out, but since then it hasn't really been something people talk about to the length they talk about other Cara Bonito stuff. And I'm still here
Mhm.
like internally like this is going to be this is like this is gonna pop off like soon. I feel like it's gonna be a TikTok thing,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, it really feels I get that a lot actually for certain songs like I feel like I'm it's when you look over and you're like, "Are you guys hearing this?" And then people are just like, "No, I don't care." Like, "But listen to this." Or like it's like Jack Black in School of Rock when he's talking to the students and asking them what they listen to. It's like, "Ah, what's wrong with you kids? What are they teaching these kids?" So I'm glad you feel the same way. Like it's such a monumentally good song in like every possible way. It's so fucking good. I just every everything about it. There's nothing wrong with it. Everything sounds great. The decision to have like the kind of pop not pop punk but the punk guitar kind of thing, the tones, the really overly distorted stuff, Sarah's just cutesy vocals kind of still doing their thing while she's talking about the most depressing shit you can think of with the subject matter. She's like, I'm just playing a character. Everything sucks. Everything's bad. And then all the glitch stuff is so not overdone. It doesn't like overstay its welcome in any way. It's so perfect. And I don't think I think I would have appreciated it maybe as much as I do now, but I remember really kind of getting into glitchy stuff with clipping. I listened to the second clipping album when it came out. I've never listened to Mid City. But I have a vinyl copy actually of, well, it's clipping, where there's no I's, no vowels in it. But yeah, that album is that album going back talking about like influences. That album influenced me too. I realized how amazing noise could be as a thing in music and not just like an annoyance. Like I realized how good just the concept of noise introduced into something would be, to the point where now I have a pedal, a guitar pedal, that just adds noise. Basically, it actually makes my guitar sound like an out of tune FM radio. Which, if you would have told me growing up that I would have a pedal on purpose that I would spend a considerable amount of money for, that would make my guitar sound like a failing radio, I would have thought you were absolutely an insane person. Now I spend over $200 on a pedal that does something that I used to hate, that you're not supposed to like.
It's awesome to hear because the first person I interviewed was a noise musician.
I definitely still haven't especially with compared to the time I spent on Mew, like I leveled up a lot posting and listening to stuff that I found on Mew, but I've never gotten to that point where I can listen to just noise. Like the closest I've gotten was being amused at Hanatarash and like Merzbow and stuff, like, but never going out of my way to like, yeah, I'm gonna spin some Merzbow tonight. That's on the table tonight. Like, no, I haven't gotten that far. But I can appreciate noise as an element. I just haven't figured out a way to appreciate it as the only element, I guess. And I know it's not only, it's noise music seems to me like, outside looking in it, it kind of seems like the end game of post rock, which I also used to hate at one point. Now I'm much more appreciative of. I get it now. I used to not. I remember seeing a post rock band open for of all bands, Stone Temple Pilots. It was a band called Fang Island. They opened for Cage the Elephant, who opened for Stone Temple Pilots, and that was a great show overall. But I remember thinking Fang Island was really boring and frustrating to listen to, and it turns out they were a post rock band. At least I think that's my memory of it. So, but nowadays, I'm appreciating more.
That's I got like noise rocked the fuck out because I listened to, I think, Number Girl, and then I just like went from there.
Yeah. I love Number Girl so much now. Like the album, their second album, Schoolgirl Distortional Attic, is one of my favorites of all time at this point.
One of my favorite openers ever.
It's so fucking good. I need to learn how to speak, or I need to learn how to read Japanese just to enjoy more stuff like Number Girl, so I'm not just like translating everything to, what is this? What's the anglicization of this? What's this? What's the romaji? How do I pronounce this?
I learned a lot later than I feel like I should have that knowing another language just kind of opens up a huge world with stuff, because I know Spanish.
Oh,
I am a fluent Spanish speaker.
that's awesome.
And because Mexican, lol, the whole
Makes sense. Yeah.
the but I like tend to find a lot of music that I cannot find cataloged anywhere in English, and it just lets me find that type of thing. I don't know how one would go about that. I don't know how one would go about that without knowing the language slash just typing things in. The closest that I've gotten was me recently. I've been getting into Indonesian electronic music, and I've just been copy pasting words into Google and seeing where it takes me.
I think that's perfectly valid and can definitely like lead you places. It might not be the right place, but it might lead you to the place that will take you to the right place.
Yeah.
You know?
I've also I also wanted for a while. I was trying to learn Japanese so I can play games that are only in Japanese slash music only in
Mm,
Japanese.
mm.
But to a different, but
Sorry, I had to take a sip of water. Yeah, that's a huge thing for me too. Is there are definitely artists that have fans talking only in Japanese, like Number Girl. I've tried to look up things about Number Girl, and I could only find topics in Japanese, and I'm like, I can't translate all this. This is too hard. I wish I just understood what was happening so I could read about this. Mainly, it's usually when I'm trying to find like gear or something, like try to learn, like look up, okay, what amp were they using? What guitar do they play? What pedals? Or like what's this song about actually? Like what's the actual translation? What's the artistic meaning?
and then there's a whole thing with like translation and how things get adapted to different languages.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Just the lost in translation for real.
I never registered how Lost in Translation like manifested until I read a book in English and then I read it in Spanish. That was like a book initially in Spanish. I'm like, oh,
Oh,
I understand now.
that's fascinating to me. I wish yeah, that would be amazing to experience too. I had a Spanish teacher who's from Costa Rica in high school, and when he was learning how to speak English, he would like he would have to auto translate in his head basically like what he would watch movies in I can't remember if he watched the movies in English with Spanish subtitles or he'd watch Spanish movies with English subtitles. I think it was watched English movies with Spanish subtitles. And he did it so much that it actually affected how his brain like interpreted in language. And he would like he would have to like visualize subtitles in his brain when translating actively to make it work. So I wonder if I would do that with anime, like to learn Japanese. Like I just like, okay, just imagine you're watching anime and it's English subtitled while I'm talking to someone at like a convenience store or something.
Oh, ad break is starting right now. So if you don't want to get ads, hold on. What was the saying? What was the saying? What's the saying for subscribe? Please do me
Oh,
a humongo gyro euro sandwich favor and subscribe.
oh,
And you don't
yeah,
get
do
ads.
that. Then you can hear my hot takes on uh anime. You can hear my anime hot takes during the ad break.
Yeah. So ad break is starting about now. So give us the hot takes.
um actually I don't know if I have any anime hot takes. I get this shouldn't be a hot take, but some people really like Oremo, which is that do you know Oremo?
That was like a meme with me and my friend because we kept making fun of it.
So, okay, actually this isn't a hot take, but this is a really awkward story that I'll share only for those that can't see ads. Here we go. This works really well. I had a friend. I mean, we're still friends, thankfully. Friend that was helping. He worked at a bike store, and so he was helping me, like find deals on a bike, like locally on Craigslist and stuff. Back when he still used Craigslist before Facebook Marketplace existed, and I meant to send him a bike to like, hey, is this a good price? Is this a good bike? What I instead sent him was a GIF of the girl from Aremo like jiggling her butt because I was trying to send that as a joke to a online friend in an IRC I was in as a yeah, I only watched the show for the plot, haha, even though I hate the show and I hate the girl and it wasn't anything I was into. I was supposed to be just a joke between friends because you get it. Instead, I sent this to my totally random friend trying to help me buy a bike. And his response was, I don't know, that doesn't look like the right size for you. I
Oh
was fucking
no.
crushed. Like, no, I'm not creepy. I'm not weird. This was supposed I can't even explain the context, but and I think I freaked out and was like, don't worry, she's of age. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, actually it's a thing in Japan that most
No.
most people are like 13 or 14 because
No.
That's the age of consent, and I think I even told them that, and I was having a complete meltdown.
No.
I had a complete meltdown over fucking. This is why I hate Aremo even more. It's because it caused that to happen.
No. Oh God. Fucking.
I absolutely spilled my spaghetti everywhere, and then slipped and fell in the spaghetti as more rained down on top. It was bad. It was very bad.
Constant agony.
Welcome back from the ad break. You missed the tale of a lifetime.
That break's still going on for like 20 seconds.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh dear God. Well,
I saw them recently too, and they don't bring it up or anything. They talk to me normally, so they don't back away slowly when they see me. So
everyone know their friends have a spaghetti moment randomly. It's like, okay.
oh, I have so many. They don't come out. That's what. See, I wasn't thinking about that one now, but it popped up in conversation context. So
Well, now
too many.
well, now the ad break is over, and I left it by saying, "Do me a humongo Euro sandwich favor and subscribe." Can you tell me about this?
The
Uh,
the humong.
yes, and perhaps the Mad Surfer base cover Bleach Ending 20.
Oh, how do you know about that one? That one's isn't that one unlisted?
It is.
Or damn, did I talk about that one on stream?
All the things that are being brought up are things that were brought up on stream.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm not. I'm not.
This is how.
I'm not in your
This is
house.
how much I. I got to change my passwords right now. This is how much I blab without remembering what I say. Is because I'm like, did I even talk about that one? They're Nardwar. They have to know. Well, your Eric plays bass. We have to know. Yeah, I did a cover of whatever ending from Bleach that was. I didn't even watch Bleach. I think I might have watched like 3 or 4 episodes, maybe. I watched more of Gintama than Bleach, and I don't even remember how many episodes of that. I think I watched the first 12 episodes of Gintama, maybe. This has been years and years ago. But yeah, Kenichi Asai, Mad Surfer. That went out by request. Someone in my comment section, back when your comment section was like your ride or die, like whatever happened in your YouTube comment section defined the rest of your direction on your channel, what video you did or didn't do. And you had the 5-star rating system back then, not thumbs up or thumbs down, or now just basically thumbs up. So anytime a video went under 5, I freaked out like, "Oh no, I didn't do a 5-star job. Everything's over." I think I redid a base cover 3 times once because it kept getting thumbs down or it kept getting bad stars, and I was freaking out like, "I thought I did good. I'll redo it. I'll do it better." Validate me, please. So someone in my comment section just requested, like, "Hey, can you do Kenichi Asai's Mad Surfer?" And I was like, "I don't know what that is, but sure." One of my commenters is asking for it, and the commenters win. So I did the cover, and then it got globally blocked by whatever Japanese music label that owns that artist's catalog is. It's usually Universal or Sony Japan.
Yeah.
Were terrible, notorious copyright blockers. I would just get everything Japanese I wanted to upload blocked immediately. It was very frustrating. Still is very frustrating.
One of the monopoly.
Yeah, it's just yeah, and it's funny how like certain ones are and aren't like that. Like Prince is famously like a copyright blocker stopper guy, or what was, you know. And then the Beatles were for a while, but then that changed because they're like, "Oh, we can make more money this way." And then I don't know, there's other Japanese artists that are like that where you can't. Oh, Tatsuro Yamashita, he only has a very select few things uploaded under his official channel because I wanted to share the song "Bomber" with someone. It's a really great bass line. From his I forget which album it's off of, and I went to share it and I couldn't find the original studio cut of it because all the all the versions on YouTube were covers because they had to avoid copyright. It's like, my brother in Christ, you can get more money and fans by letting people listen to your stuff for free on YouTube. Why are you blocking it?
Normal.
Yeah, please, normal, please.
What are to bring it back to the topic we were at before we went on this tangent?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I took it there. Is there what musicians are you listening to right now that are influencing what you do?
I today and I've been in the last couple days I've been listening to Fugazi's repeater, or it's called repeater, right?
Yeah.
It's got repeater on. Okay. Yeah, I've been listening to that a lot. I think I did a react to it on stream and said at the time that I liked 13 songs more. That's changed. I like repeater more. Repeater's fucking awesome. I love all the songs. Isn't it Fugazi? Like, I think the Italian pronunciation is Fugazi, but the band's pronounced Fugazi, as far as I know. I stand to be corrected though. But yeah, Fugaze, Fugaze is pretty good. Fugaze, I like that. So yeah, that album has been really influential to me, like recently, because a lot of the songs are bass driven, but not in like, it's the bass isn't doing anything like crazy complicated. It's just driving, but melodic at the same time. Just very creative bass lines. Yeah, and great messages, of course, too. And Boris, I listened to, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, Akuma no Uta. I've listened to for the first and second and third time, I think now, maybe second only. It was on the last day where it's still warm out. Now it's only going to be cold going forward here in the Midwest, here in Ohio. This hellscape, and so Boris is getting influential, and also Ween. I haven't listened to it as much as I did like a month ago, but Quebec by Ween has been been weighing on me quite a lot. I really, of all the Ween albums I've listened to so far, that's my favorite by far. I love Quebec the most.
I've been a White Pepper head.
I like that one. I did enjoy it, and Bananas and Blow is such a fun song.
It's so cool.
It gets stuck in my head like immediately. Bananas and blow. Oh, bananas and blow. Stuck in my cabana, living on bananas and blow.
Oh, speaking of
So
Ohio, shout out to that one Mexican place I ate at when I was in Ohio that had tortas that were good.
Oh,
I don't remember where it is.
There's a pretty solid like Mexican population in Toledo here. We have some actual authentic Mexican cuisine. Mainly we actually had a Cuban place by a Cuban American guy named Carlos, and he had a place called Carlos Poco Loco, and they actually had like Cuban dishes. And I know they probably like, I'm looking at the lens, of course, from pasty white American kid, but like as far as I can tell, like everyone there like spoke Spanish, and the dishes were actually like Cuban dishes. So I had the, of course I did the classic, the new classic American where they thankfully provide, but they have vegan dishes, and I get their vegan street tacos instead of the regular street tacos. Fucking delicious. And they're street tacos.
Are you of the vegan persuasion?
I am not, but I consider myself a lazy vegetarian. Like I literally just had chicken tacos for dinner tonight. I had there's this local place called Balance Pan Asian Grill, and they their whole thing is Asian fusion. So, which, very brave, but it is good. It's very good food generally, and moderately affordable for what they do. Like they have sustainable they have a hydroponics farm where they grow all their veggies and shit. And then they get like locally sourced meat and stuff as much as they can. And they have like Asian tacos basically, and I had the banh mi tacos tonight. They're really fucking good. They came with chicken.
I'm surprised I haven't heard of banh mi tacos like near me.
Yeah, that underrated market potential right there.
The few
That's a right market.
the fusion I like see most like near where I live is Korean and Mexican.
Oh, okay. I don't know if we have anything like that here.
One Ohio observation is that cities in Ohio are obsessed with calling places Oregon.
There is an Oregon, Ohio, right near me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's literally the record store I used to work at is in Oregon.
Oh,
Yeah,
speaking of past work, I hear you had a Sweetwater situation.
they did, and I I need to hire a lawyer. Like when I make more money, I need to hire a lawyer to like go through my employee agreement thing that they give you, so I can see how much I can shit talk them legally.
All right, I won't potentially put you or me at legal risk, but we can just leave it at that.
No, that's I'm being facetious. Like it was a really good opportunity, and there's always tea anywhere you work, but how much tea I can get into, I don't know. But yeah, I worked at Sweetwater. I was a sales engineer for 9 or 10 months. It went by very quickly, not because it's just because it went by quick. I was very busy. It's a very, very hectic job, incredibly busy job, all day, every day, answering the phone, emails, contacting other people, just overstimulation galore. Especially when you're like me and find out a little later in life that maybe you've had ADHD all this time and just didn't really think it was that because you just had major OCD for a long time. So just kind of like, oh, I guess I could have this too. And no wonder it's hard for me to concentrate on all doing 100 things a day within 9 hours. So yeah, but it was a great opportunity overall. And I learned so much about the music industry in general. I even got to like interact with some quote unquote celebrities. And for any guitar nerds out there, I became like not friends, but like I hit it off with Andy Timmons, who's this really influential studio guitarist. Like he complimented me. He's like, "Oh, you sounded good," kind of, but more than just saying you sounded good. Like he was very very like positive to my playing in general and me. So that was cool. So stuff like that, was really neat because Sweetwater, for anyone that might not know, is like I think it technically is the largest by volume music retailer in the nation at minimum, and then maybe the world now because I think they were trading blows with Thomann, which is like the UK's music retailer that's really large, and I think Sweetwater is beating Thomann now. I think. Don't quote me on that. Um, so yeah, it was a really great opportunity, and I don't regret it. I wish it would have went better, of course. Like I miss making the money that I made from Sweetwater. I could subscribe to everybody on Twitch that I wanted to, and then some if I still made that money. But maybe someday.
It sounds like a stressful position to be just because of the scale of the company. But also because of the scale you have, like it seems like it opens a lot of opportunities. Also, you're around equipment.
Yeah. Oh, that's the number one temptation. Like you get paid, and then you're like, okay, what am I buying this week? What do I need now? Ooh, I need that new pedal that came out. Okay, I'll get that. Like, ooh, I could use a new monitor section. All right, done. Because you make enough money to like be comfortable by far. At least for me personally, like I don't have a partner or kids or pets, so it's like it's just me. It's just me, baby. So when you get a check for 2 grand every 2 weeks, you're like, all right, well, that covers more than my expenses for the month. So what do I buy now? And I got one more coming in 2 weeks. So my guitar collection just ballooned outward when I worked there, and it's like a black hole snapped back to reality now, where I own one bass. Well, one functioning bass. I have two basses, but one doesn't work. One functioning bass that is actually for sale right now, one acoustic guitar, and one electric guitar, and one bass guitar for all my Presidents of the United States of America and morphine heads out there.
Have you played for a band before, or be a part of a band such as the Strumpet?
Oh, Strumpet.
Yeah.
Ah, all these Nardwar moments. That Archibald. Yeah, strumpet is actually a real word. Do you know what the real word strumpet means?
Like a floozy.
Yeah, I don't know if my friends that titled it that knew that. But that's what the MP3 was called when it was given to me. So I was like, all right. That was the first time I ever hung out with my best friend, who I'm still really close friends with at it from Sweetwater, excuse me, named Sean. Shout out Sean, and then our other buddy Ryan, who, I mean, he's super awesome dude too. I just, we just didn't stay in contact as much um after I left. Um Shout out Sean. And yeah, that was the first time all the three of us hung out together at the same time. And Ryan's like super cute, like he had this house that smack dab in the middle of downtown. Like it felt like a one bedroom, one bath type of situation, and it was so cozy and just like had a great vibe to it. Like him and his partner at the time, like just had it outfitted really nice, and you step in and you just feel at home, kind of thing, kind of vibe, really calming. And we made that beat, and that's the first song type of beat thingy we made together. And I do all the bass on it, and that has been featured in the incredible Archibald's edits that he often does for streamers like Shindigs and Jams Virtual and others. Sometimes it's the credits music, so it's a banging beat. I think it's pretty great.
I think I'll play it at the end of the stream just to.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, cool, cool.
It's not copyrighted.
Another question I must ask is, when will you finish Dark Souls?
I was just thinking about that the other day because I was playing with my friend who gave me Dark Souls, my copy of Dark Souls 3. We were playing Dead Rising 2 off the record last night, and that was pretty fun. We're probably going to play it again over the weekend, maybe. And I was thinking about it. I was like, man, I really need to pick up Dark Souls again. Because I've never played a Souls game until Dark Souls 3. And my friend gave me that as my first one to play. He says, I'm going to give this to you. Just, you have to beat it. And I was like, okay. And that was like several years ago. It was like 2019, maybe. So I got to finish it. I don't know when, but soon, trademark.
Will you return to gaming when you finish it?
Yeah, I think so.
Streaming gaming?
Yeah, I think I definitely want to play. There's a couple games I have in mind to stream. I really want to play Valhalla, the cyberpunk bartender.
Sorry. You activation phase.
Activation phase.
You may notice from like all the UIs I have here.
Oh,
That's like Valhalla falls into a line of being inspired by PC98 games, which I am very inspired by, and Valhalla is one of my favorite games ever. It's free therapy.
Okay.
It's free therapy.
Oh, see that now that's what I don't need to hear, because now I want to play it before Dark Souls too.
It's not that long of a game. It's like an awesome ass game. I don't know how else to describe it other than it feels like like after finishing it, it feels like I had a really good therapy session.
That's awesome. I really been meaning to play it for a long time. I pulled up my Steam library, in fact, because I'm not much of a gamer. Like, one of my things I didn't really harp on earlier is like when I was learning to play bass, like that was because I got as good as I am at bass because I didn't do anything else. I had the SpongeBob moment where he's like, throw out everything but fine dining, fine dining and breathing. And then they throw out his name. Like, that was me. Like, I spent all day every day playing bass, and so I didn't play many video games. And my friends would invite me to play video games, and I'd be like, no, I'm sorry, I'm playing bass today. Thankfully they kept me around anyway. But other games I have in my library that, like, I want to play, Not Dota. Why? I still don't know why Dota 2 is in my library. Did
No,
everyone get Dota 2?
no.
I'm not playing Dota. I'm not playing Dota. Don't worry.
I have 3,000 hours of that shit.
Oh my god. I've played like 3 games of League of Legends in my life, and that was 3 too many.
I wish I envy you.
um, I think I've played more Heroes of the Storm than League of Legends, actually.
That's such a wild game to remember this.
So I gotta play Valhalla. I gotta play Yakuza 0. I have
Game's a banger.
Yakuza 0. I've been meaning to play it because every time I've ever seen anything related to Yakuza, I thought it was the best thing ever. Like literally, I looked at that. I'm like, that is an all-time game moment right there. And I'd see another one. I'm like, that's another all-time game moment. Oh, the Crane game, all-time game moment. I need to play this game like now. And so I own it, but I haven't actually haven't played it yet. I would also like to play. What's the other game I was thinking of when you asked me that? Jet Set Radio. I've been meaning to play. I've never played Jet Set Radio. Been meaning to though.
You're like bringing out things close to my heart right now.
Oh,
I grew up with that game.
because it was on Xbox, right?
There was Jet Set Radio, the original one on the Dreamcast, which I never played, but there was Jet Set Radio on the Xbox, which is the one I played the fuck out of.
Mm.
Unfortunately, that one you can't. That one is like console locked.
Oh, damn.
But you can Simulation World
There
on
you go.
Minecraft.
In Minecraft. The other game I really want to play is Hylics. I watched Jams play Hylics, and I really fell in love with the visuals of that game. It looked so fucking good. I bought Hylics 1 and 2, and I haven't even played 1 yet. So
Like nonstop naming things close and dear to.
good taste.
I love.
But at least, like, hopefully for me, that I want to play these games. I'm sure you have good taste. I hope I do with what I'm actually gonna play.
I'm honestly surprised to hear that you haven't played Hylics before, just because of the music in Hylics.
That's one of the things I really loved about it. Listening to or watching Jams play it and stream it is every time a song would come out, I was like, this rocks. This is great. I love this. And I thumbed through the OST on the YouTube and trying to find some song I'd heard, and I don't think I even found it, but I remember like every time I click on a new song, I'm like, oh, this is cool. Oh, this one's cool too. Oh, I like this one too. No, but that's not it. I gotta keep going. Oh, that's cool too.
And Hylics 2 manages to outmusic the first game.
I've heard that the creator got like if Hylics 1 wasn't already like really good, Hylics 2 was like it wasn't a sophomore slump. It was like just an improvement all around, like in every way.
Speaking of things that are deep and near to our hearts, you've already talked about Bochi, Massive Fermenting Dregs, and Ava.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm so glad I got to see Mass of the Fermenting Dregs recently. Finally, 10 years there, about 8 years since I missed their show. Yeah, they're one of my all-time favorites. Absolutely. At least specifically the first two. The first, I guess not the first two, but the first two I knew of anyway. They have like an early like pre-release EP. I guess I don't count. But Master Fermenting Dregs is self-titled EP, and their World Is Yours EP are hugely formative for me as well, and like absolutely top like 20, absolutely. Excuse me, sorry, absolutely top 50 albums of all time. But World Is Yours specifically is top 20 easily. I absolutely adore that album. Everything about it, the bass lines, the vocals, the drums, the guitar, it's all perfect. It's all one of a kind. And I was supposed to see them back in 2016 with some online friends of mine, but I could not make it. There was no way I was going to get up to Canada with them to see it. So I missed them, and that was 8 years ago. It was the last time they came close to me. So finally, last month I got to see them live, and it was fucking incredible. I'm really happy that I got to see them. And Evangelion, yeah, I mean, hot take, good show. I know not many people think it, but yeah, Evangelion kind of a pretty good show. But I think that might be the best thing that happened to me this year. Maybe Master of Many Dregs is number one, but number two, then close second, was I got to see End of Evangelion in theaters. They did limited like one night only screening, I think it was, or something, or two nights or something in select theaters in the nation, and one of them was like 15, 20 minutes away from me, so I got to see Evangelion, End of Evangelion, the first time it was ever showed in U.S. theaters. Actually, I learned, and it changed. Like it was already an amazing movie, but like you have to see it with a surround sound system in a big screen. It's so fucking good that way. It was one of those experiences like kind of rare, unfortunately, where I walked outside and I'm like, I feel like a better person now. I feel so whole to have witnessed that. As maybe it was possibly pretentious that might come off because it's the end of Evangelion, but like, yeah, that was it for me. That was an amazing experience.
I love hearing people talk about things like Ava, where it's like everyone has a very deep not everyone, but a lot of people have a very deep connection to it, and they have so much to say because of it's a good show. Some would say.
The very unusual take. Yeah, very 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 hot take. And I think that's part of it's one of those things where it's something that a lot of times there are things that people discuss like ad nauseum because it's the popular thing. Game of Thrones was like that for a while, but unlike Game of Thrones, at least the first four seasons, it was something people talked about because it was so good. Not just because it was the popular thing. It wasn't lost. It was genuinely really good, and that's Evangelion. To this day, it still holds up, and it's it can be a little like, yeah, if you want to talk about deeper cuts than Eva, then sure, it can be frustrating if someone's like, yeah, well, my favorite anime is Eva, and it's like, wow, where, where'd you get that opinion? Reddit, like type of thing. So, but yeah, it doesn't change the fact that it's heavily impactful on no pun intended, heavily impactful on me and so many others.
It's one of those things where it is hyped to fuck, which is annoying, but also kind of deserves it. The show I can think of off the top of my head that feel the same way like Breaking Bad or Succession, but I don't think Succession is on that level of Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I have not seen Succession yet, but
Uh,
I've heard really great things about it. Like just like you said.
I will scream about that show. In a gaming sense, and in a gaming sense, it would be Disco Elysium, and in a music sense, it'd be like Radiohead.
Oh, yeah. I have to play Disco Elysium yet. Still, I guess like I said, haven't played a lot of games. I'm sorry.
It's okay, gaming. It's Eric
Gaming
plays
is
bass, not
hard.
Eric plays book.
Yeah, exactly. See that now you get it. You get it. In Breaking Bad, I actually just recently rewatched for the first time ever. I had watched it when it aired. Well, after like season four. After season three, I started watching in season four as it aired. But my first ever rewatch of it was just earlier this year, and I'm so glad I did because it really reshaped my interpretation of characters. I was definitely in the incel esque camp of Breaking Bad fandom when it came out, like Skylar bitch wife and Walt's just trying to provide, and like no, those are absolutely not the takes to have when you actually watch the show. Walt's kind of awful in many ways from the beginning, even, and Skylar's just trying to hang on for dear life.
Watching this, watch this woman have the worst time of her life.
Yeah, like bitchy woman, god damn it. Let Walt Jr. have the car.
We're speaking of things that are very heavy, that are very heavily impactful to us. I, is there anything that you wish you could have listened to earlier, or you think would have had a huge impact on you if you listened to it earlier?
Yes, I had this thought the other day, actually, even too, before tonight. Punk rock in general. There, I don't think I was even exposed to punk music as like a thing other than, the drive-by punk in School of Rock kind of thing where, you got a little punk here and there sprinkled within the classic rock message of School of Rock kind of thing. But my dad showed me, I couldn't even tell you the band. Um he had a CD of them with him because I think he wanted to share with me things he listened to when he learned how to drive, is when he's teaching me how to drive. And I remember liking it. I don't remember what it was, but I remember liking it and like telling my dad as such, and then never following up on it, and delayed my punk like learning of how good punk was by many years. I don't think I really discovered quote unquote punk until the last few years. Honestly, like I just never got around to it, and especially when I really kind of got into it when I started working at the record store that I worked at because my friends and coworkers are into hardcore punk and adjacent genres like that, and were kind of like it was trickling into me a little bit. Like they'd put on something and be like, I don't know, is this for me? And then they introduced me to Drain, and I was like, oh, okay, Drain's pretty sweet. I like this band. But then I really got in the last couple years. Within the last couple years, I got into Minutemen, which is hugely influential hardcore and punk uh, outsider rock band that has hugely shaped me as well, in terms of influences in the last couple years anyway. And I'm like, man, I wish I would have known about this shit earlier. I would have gotten way ahead of the game, I think, if I would have got into punk, because I didn't even like pop punk. Like I definitely don't like pop punk now, but I never got into pop punk like in high school even.
I got it.
Were you a pop punker?
Not in high school. I don't really know why I wasn't in high school, but when in the middle of college and now I like got a taste for pop punk, and now I
Hmm.
absolutely love it. But like people can barely, a lot of it like people don't do it well. And
Yeah.
I found a lot of bands that I very much like. If the all my oomfies know, I listen to a band called Johnny Foreigner like every day, which is like to me the pinnacle. That's also like kind
That
of pop
sounds
emo.
familiar.
I may have just like I've I have like posted that band multiple times on like the server that we share, and I probably sent you a song before.
Oh, that's probably why I probably vicariously saw the name and, stored in the cerebellum or wherever brain, stored in the brain somewhere, in the brain cells that are still alive in me.
My
I
first
think I think I could appreciate pop punk more. I have never listened to the pop punk that I've found good. I think probably because most people are like, I love pop punk. Here's Blink 182, and I'm like, I don't want to listen to Blink 180. I don't want to listen to Blink. I don't know. I don't like Blink.
I don't either. Don't worry.
Good. Thankfully, it's not just me.
I love
Um,
NCR.
See, okay. See, I never listen to Black Parade. I should. And I know that's Cardinal pop punk sin, Cardinal emo kid sin. But I think that I would probably like Black Parade if I listened to it.
I have a hot take.
Uh oh.
Hot take.
Wait, run an ad break. Run an
I
ad break.
This is a free hot take. I don't
Oh,
like Black Parade that much compared to Three Cheers for Sweet Revenge, to the point where I think Three Cheers for Sweet Revenge is like just way fucking better.
is that a hot take?
I don't know if that's a hot take, but people will fight me for that because people have been like, what?
I
I'm
feel like that.
sorry. I think Black Parade has some moments that are like,
And I think that's part of my ignorance is that I need to get hip. I've never listened to any MCR except I did listen to just I think it's a title track, Black Parade or whatever the when I was a young boy,
yeah,
is that
yeah,
the
yeah.
title track? Okay, yeah, that was in Rock Band 2, I think, and so I played it in Rock Band. Fun. Here's a fun fact, actually, without doxing anybody. One of my ex coworkers at Sweetwater is personal friends with Gerard Way. Um,
Ooh,
like they're a sales engineer at Sweetwater, and when Gerard needs something, they just hit my buddy up, like just text him basically like, hey, I'm thinking about this, and he'll be like, nah, yeah, okay, I'll help you out. Let me when can I give you a call? So kind of one of those bases. So Gerard seems like a lovely person from everything I've heard from the grapevine. So through talking with my friend, my ex coworker friend of mine who is now friends with Gerard Way, they always just say great things about them.
He seems like a chill dude from the parasocial like view I have of him.
Right? Yeah.
His 9/11 song was a banger.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that is that's such a see there that's two bands I know that formed around 9/11.
9/11 was like
And-
the hotness for a while. I don't really know what was up with that. No, wait, wait, hold on, wait, hold on. Sorry.
don't clip. Don't clip. Don't clip.
Sorry, I just registered what 9/11 was again.
9/11 truly the big bang of culture in America.
Speaking of the Big Bang and 9/11, what do you think of MapleStory, the Big Bang update?
Oh God. So what a segue. I think it was good, sorta, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't think I have many good Maple Story takes to people who actually like. Well, to people who still play Maple Story, I don't know. It's a much different game than when I played it, which probably means it's better than when I played it. But
No.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe even the people that I know that play it wouldn't even say that. I don't know. I liked old school Maple. I did. I had a lot of fun playing the original. Original to me Maple Story because I started playing like several months before Big Bang. I think. I think I started playing because the idea from my friend who got me to play Maple Story with him was like, hey, there's going to be a big update coming, so we should start playing now so we're ready for it kind of vibe. And I was just kind of like, okay, I'll try it. And then I kept playing even after he had quit, which is a very common tale between me and that friend of mine. Like he plays a lot of games. He's like he is a very well-versed gamer. I was gonna say game person, and I realized gamer's not derogatory. That's a good word. It could be a good word.
Gamer derogatory
It's a gamer.
in the channel on my server.
So like he just loves games as an art and an experience, and he plays just a metric butt fuck ton. Like it's a lot of games. So he is cycling through all these games where I'm the binge watcher mentality, like personality. Like when I find something I like, I juice it and squeeze it for everything I can. And I don't know where exactly that comes from. It might just be my upbringing because, like, I didn't have like a million toys to play with. It was like, you get this thing and you better like it. And I'm like, okay. So, but I think it might just be more of my hyperfixation tendencies. So I played the fuck out of Maple Story. I've probably have tens of thousands of hours logged in Maple Story, probably. There's never any hard counter for it, so you couldn't tell for sure. But I would usually play like every day until like, even after it says you've been mapling for 8 hours today. You should take a break. I'm like, nope, I gotta keep going. Grind.
Nostalgia of hearing that. I've been playing old school MapleStory on a private server recently.
Oh, you have? Is it the new Maple Worlds thing that came out?
So the new Maple World thing kind of upsets me because you can only have 50 people per instance.
Oh.
And like that's the one thing I don't like about it. Everything else they like made QOL better and it's probably legitimately just better to play, but like the private server I'm just like I like the game being exactly how it was in 2000 whatever the fuck when I was in like elementary school playing MapleStory.
Yeah.
And it was it's not exactly how it is. They like change it for quality of life stuff, but I have nostalgia for that. Like the typeface for Artale, I think it's called the Maple World thing is different and it's a little uggo, and the original one was uggo in a way I'm used to.
Could it be the pixels like the
Oh, it's
the
not
resolution?
pixelated.
Oh, that's good. I've seen that before where you see like high def image of like something I remembered as low def because I did have really good internet.
So like the thing is that it's like the original pixel art, but the text isn't the original text. It's like it's just like you put Helvetica on top of like pixel art. It's like, oh
Oh,
my god.
Helvetica standard. Um, oh, that's sad though. I hate when the whole idea of cashing on nostalgia when they change the nostalgia. It's like that's not what I'm paying for or signing up for to then probably pay for because it's Nexon, so they're gonna get there some way.
I don't even know how they make
And see
money
that
off of that because it's like a Roblox like type situation with that.
imagine cosmetics plays a good part. Like I watched Mushba play a little bit of the new old School Maple story on Artale, and they I don't know what channel they are. They probably weren't on channel 1, but they went into the Henny Ho house. Do you know the one I'm talking
Oh,
about?
oh, oh, fucking! It's like fucking exploding. Big bang in my brain with that one.
That's a good song title. Big Bang in My Brain. What's her name? She's got like a little not peasant uniform, but like you know what I'm talking
Maya,
about. Maya's house.
Maya
Yeah.
requests medicine and then she gives you a fuck ton of XP.
Yeah. Yep. And I remember doing that quest too. I don't know if I actually finished it. Old School Maple was definitely the accept every quest you can, and then realize you can't complete most of them because they end up eventually getting locked behind either some region you can't get to yet, or behind like gain 100 fame. Who's gonna
Yeah.
100 fame me? How am I gonna get that much fame?
Or it's
I
like,
have 6.
or it's like, hey person I just met, give me 300, give me 400 foxtails.
Yeah.
Like I'm not doing
I,
that.
the fetch quests were insane. Especially, I mean, I didn't have any money to. Well, I didn't have any money, but I refused to pay for NX. Absolutely, it was a moral grandstand that I did where I was like, I'm not giving Nexon any money. I'll just give them all my free time. So, I justified it by not spending a cent on the game, and I technically never gave Nexon money, quote, but I did buy a 10,000 whatever NX. It was called, I think it was just called NX at the time. Now it's called Karma Coin, I think. I bought a 10K card for $10 using gas station rewards points once, so that was free. And then I bought another one with at my actual $10 because they said all the money that they were getting from NX card sales were going to Typhoon Relief, raising money for Japan. So I was like, okay, so I'm not giving the money to Nexon, I'm giving it to Typhoon Relief efforts, and I'm getting 10K NX, so it's worth it. But here's a flashback. So that was my twisted, mental gymnastics to justify my addiction. But here, do you remember the NX surveys you could do to get free NX?
Oh my god.
So one of my friends, I don't know where he found this, but he found someone had posted a bunch of credit card numbers and like data on a website. It's just like, here, these are all expired prepaids, but they'll work. Just use these for any survey that requires credit card info. And so I would use those to do like the big one to sign up for. If you might remember this, it was for the New York Times, I think,
That
like a subscription.
that shit's banned by email so much.
Yeah. And so I think I think I made a burner email for I can't remember if I did or not. Either way, I would sign up for that, and it would one of them gave me like 20 something K NX, and I did it. I was able to do it a couple times, I think. So I think I still have in my main server character. My character was on Galicia, which is now part of like a mega conglomeration of servers. I forget what they're called now, but on original. Yeah, they like server combined all the dead servers into one slightly less dead server.
I only played on 2 servers.
Oh, what'd you play on?
Oh no, now it's like Rebirth and some other shit.
Oh yeah, reboot and the originals, and my character's locked on the originals.
My original
I was a marksman.
The original server I played on was like the big one with Scania, and the other one when I was and when I ran a character slot there, I was on Wing, the Wing one.
Oh, Windia.
Windia.
Yeah, there's Bara, Scandia, Beryl, Windia, something with a G, and Galicia. Yeah, man, goes back in time. But yeah, I bought cosmetics. That's what I did with my NX. I have a perma mustache on my character and a perma invisible hat, which now is, if you could trade stuff, I think those are worth a lot because they're permanent and they don't. But that's how Nexon makes money, is like selling you cosmetics that expire, and then oh, you don't want to lose your swag on your character, better pony up this month for the new limited release. And yeah, I don't know I don't know what it's like on the new servers compared to that, but that was definitely the MO, was that, and spending NX on Maple coins so you could do the Maple trade system to get items.
And then
Sorry, Maple Story is another rabbit hole I could go down.
same. I have like a fuck ton because I played the shit out of the child, and I have more memories of old school and like early Big Bang. I remember the game, like I was like, I don't want to play this anymore. I was like, I'm done with this when they dropped the I think it was resistance classes.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm playing a different game. I don't want to play this.
Oh, the resistance classes were awful for the game for me at the time, because I played a marksman, and the third, I want to say, resistance class, it was battle mage, mechanics, wild hunters, battle mage, and demon slayer. I think those were the four. I think there's a fifth one, maybe I'm forgetting. But yeah, when wild hunters came out, they used all the same level up materials as marksman, which, when another class comes out that's really popular and uses the same materials as your class, the prices all go up. And so I used to be able to get I was unfunded. I didn't spend any money on the game, and I just, I traded in the free market for items and tried to make money, which was very slow going. And I couldn't afford my skill books because the fucking wild hunters were taking them all and buying them up. And then and I knew too, because people were gonna drop these classes in a few months after the bonus was up for them or whatever. Like, so it was I hated that class so much, and they did more damage than me too, which was even the worst. Was with cherry on top, is the people wouldn't want me for their PQ. They'd want the wild hunter because it did more damage, and also had like a skill that buffed the party, I think. Though I had sharp eyes was the bowman skill, and I don't think wild hunters had that too. That's right. I'm getting PTSD.
I'm gonna switch to the user question segment now before we start
Cool.
talking about looking for looty PQ for 2 hours.
Oh God. See, I actually never did looty PQ.
What?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That was awesome.
I know. I think it was superseded by the time I was a high enough level to play it. I think that was the issue. Because Big Bang did that. It kind of invalidated a lot of party quests, like Kerning PQ. Like I did a couple of those. Ghost Ship PQ I did a lot between 60 and 80. And then my favorite. Yeah, Monster Carnival. I never did enough to get. I wanted to get the Spiegelman's necklace. I never could. Because that was like the swag necklace you could get. My favorite though, and not for leveling, just for the thrill of it, was Crimsonwood Keep Party Quest.
That was so stressful.
Oh, it was, but it was such a fun stress, I guess. Like I loved it. It was so fun. I think that's what partially made me quit. Like I was gonna quit anyway. Like my plan was to reach 200 and quit, and I did. I got to level 200, and then I'm like, all right, I'm max level, and I've been enjoying Endgame the entire time essentially. But now I'm the 200. I reached my goal. I'm quitting this game, and that was it. Like I'm done. And I remember around that time too, though, they had broken Crimsonwood Keep Party Quest anyway. So I was like, that the thing I wanted to enjoy in my retirement age is not anymore anyway. So fuck it, I'm done.
Okay, so now we go to the viewer question, because I can talk about Maple Story for hours. I don't want this to be a Maple Story reminiscent situation. Still, I am willing to talk about that shit for hours and hours.
Me too. I love old Maple Story stuff.
Okay, so we switch scene. We switch scenes now to We switched scenes now too. I didn't automate this.
We'll fix it in post.
Go fix it in post. Two. Viewer question. Viewer question. Viewer question.
Mhm.
Viewer question. Viewer. The fuck?
It said the subtitles detected. You're thinking of Poland? You.
Viewer question. There we go. I'm sorry I shaved you.
Ah, my hair, my lovely hair. No, I'm approaching that era where I think I'm gonna have to admit that
Hey,
I have to go
hello?
bald. I think I'll have to shave. Not not like within a year, but I think it's coming.
Everyone shaves one
I,
day.
this is a preview to my second glory years era. Thank you.
Oh wait. Here's how I'm gonna do this so you can hear the TTS, so it's not just so it's like better. I'm gonna
Oh, there's TTS.
yes. I watched Shindig one time, add TTS to situations. I'm streaming my Sammy Bridge Edge window.
Oh.
uh un
Oh, wow, Discord even gave me like a prompt like you might be recorded right now. I feel like I'm in a court of law.
so can you hear this?
Hello from web.
Hello from web.
All right. So here's the first question.
What are your thoughts on Hawk Tuah Girl's crypto investments?
I have none. She has crypto investment. I have not followed the Hawk Tuah discourse whatsoever, except just laughing whenever someone tries to make a Hawk Tuah joke and someone else gets mad. So I've been an innocent bystander this whole time, but I can't say I'm surprised. She doesn't exactly seem like you know, it seems like she might be taking advantage of a good thing. So yeah, I don't know. I wish it wasn't the case because yeah, crypto. But I I don't know. If anyone's gonna fall for that, maybe they deserve it if they're listening to Talk to a like why? Why are we here? Just to suffer?
I've listened to 2 episodes of Factual and I cannot retain a single thing that happened.
It sounds about right. Yeah.
I saw she did something. I saw she made a song with Dasha, and I got so jump scared that I remember there's a different Dasha.
Oh.
Next question.
Just-
Favorite and least favorite key?
Oh, like music key? I was like, my favorite key is the one that unlocks my house door, lets me get home. My least favorite's the one that is on there that I really should take off, but I might need someday, and it's just taking up space. My favorite music key, always used to be C sharp. And it might like, what's that?
Programmers be like,
Oh, it might be that still. I don't know. C sharp's a great note. But I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much in recent years. It might be G sharp now, which has C sharp in it. I don't know. But it's the thing, like, I think my favorite major key might be C sharp, maybe. And my favorite minor key might be. My favorite minor key might be F sharp. Maybe that's the take. I think that's a take. That's a take.
F sharp.
Yeah. I'll do a Godspeed. Should I do a Godspeed React? Because is there much to react to about Godspeed? That's like the point to not react, I feel like.
For me, all of the albums have made me react like heavily. Like the newest album, Baby and Thundercloud, that song specifically made me like cry like multiple times.
Oh wow.
Because like a lot of it is because of the situation it is made for.
Mm-hmm.
And like thinking and like knowing that and like hearing the music emotional.
Having that connection absolutely enhances, for better or worse, the experience. And for that matter, I still have a bookmark of. Okay, I always forget which one's the movie and which one's the album. Everywhere, Everything at the End of Time is the album, I think, and Everything All at Once is the movie.
Yes.
Yeah. So that album, I need to listen to that at some point. I should have maybe I don't know when I should do it. I don't know when the quote unquote good time to listen to that would be.
I don't think there's ever a good time to dementia out.
Yeah.
Though it is, though I would say, I would, you can album stream it, but it'd be like a 7 hour long stream.
Well, that's exactly why I want to do it. I want to do like an extra long like marathon for it. It'd be the worst subathon ever. I'd have like maybe I'd have a counter for people to donate to end the stream. Donate to end my suffering.
Get Alzheimer's speed run.
Alzheimer's speedrun.
Although,
But I kind of want to capture it. Like this is some lore too, personal lore. But the hardest I've ever cried in my life so far was to the last few episodes of Shigatsu wa Kimi no Uso, which is Your Lie in April, which is a music-based anime.
forgot about that.
I kind of did too, even though, like I said, it's the hardest I've ever cried in my life. I think maybe, at least like. Yeah, I think so. It's a top. Not that I ever, when I was crying, I didn't really, how would you rate your cry today? 5 stars, like. But I'm pretty sure, like, the hardest I've ever cried was that show's ending. It side just completely bulldozed me, even more than Clannad After Story, which famously, really, really sad. So that's kind of why I want to like stream me doing the Alzheimer album, because the people I hear people say it's very crushing in a way. So I wonder if it would be important to get that reaction on stream
If you feel
instead of reactionary. I don't know.
if you feel comfortable with like you being that way on camera, totally be worth it. I feel that way with a couple games I played. There are a couple topics I don't play on my stream, but because I like playing weird ass indie games. And there's a couple like, and I'm chill with like heavy topics. There's just like one specific topic I like refuse to go on, which is kind of why I stopped playing Lisa on stream. Just like, well, whoops,
Oh.
can't do that.
No, whoops.
Oh, because that is something that it's like I don't know how the fuck to approach that. Ad break though, if you want more hot take,
Oh.
hot take time, back on it.
Oh, what's the next hot take? Hmm. Trying to think of a relatable hot take. Classic rock hot takes aren't relatable.
Maybe a food hot take.
Food hot take. I'm too boring with food. That's my hot take for myself. I'm too boring with food. That's not a hot take. That's the truth. I already gave my pineapple. I already gave my pineapple on pizza one. That's like my go-to.
Well, what is your favorite
Another.
pizza?
If I had to pick a favorite pizza, like it used to be, because I used to eat a lot of pizza. It was always chicken, bacon, pineapple. Chicken, bacon, pineapple. Like it's a really, you get the savoriness of the meat and the sweetness of the pineapple, and like the extra with the sauce and cheese. Fucking A++ combo. From a buddy of mine, John, introduced that to me. But nowadays, like I like a good veggie pizza. I gotta have my veggies, but I'm not a mushroom head.
Trying.
I wish I was. I want to be a mushroom head. That's the thing. Like mushrooms are so good for you, but I think there's a psychological part of it with like fungus, maybe, and maybe I don't know. And I had some like really good mushrooms at a ramen place up in Detroit, but the texture was like it just wasn't my texture. I was just kind of like I don't know, it's like too weird. So and I got in my head about it, and so I started like pushing the mushrooms to the side, like I don't know. But I knew they're really good too, like because the same mushrooms are in my friend across from me, his ramen. He's like, oh, these are awesome, these are great, and I'm like, really? I don't know. So that's my hot take. I don't like mushrooms.
I absolutely.
No, there's gotta be a better hot take. Vintage instruments are overrated. That's a hot take for music heads.
Ooh.
For people who own instruments, they think vintage is like you have to have vintage to be like really cool, or if you have vintage, that means you got the best. And I've worked music retail for 12 years. Half the vintage things I've seen come in aren't good. And the other half are like, yeah, they're good, but they're not worth it. Very rarely do I have something vintage coming where I'm like, okay, yeah, I'd pay this much money for it. I get it.
What about synths?
Ooh, see, that's a thing too, because I think synthesis is inherently anti-vintage, because synthesis is about synthesis, the idea of creating something from nothing, like tweaking sound, tweaking literal just waves into the sound you need. So I think it only makes sense that, what is he called? Subtractive synthesis, I think is the term. Well, either way, like synthesis is all about creating something from nothing, and you can only create more stuff with digital programs now than you ever could before. So I feel like analog synths are vastly overrated, especially with how much they cost versus how much they need to be repaired versus what you can accomplish in your DAW. Listen to every time Shindigs makes some kind of synthy track, it always sounds great. And it's usually modeling an old synth, but without any of the cost and headache with an old synth.
Oh, wait, that reminds me. I forgot to ask a good question about the Shindig circle because that's how I know you.
Oh,
Wait, hold on.
the Shinster.
Hold on, whipping out the other. Oh, you can. Sorry, you saw me looking up a Korean pizza because I wanted to remember what it was called with the mustard.
Ooh, that sounds good. What
It's
is that?
I don't remember what it was. They're the Korean pizza place. Also, welcome back, people who don't give me money.
Yeah, bastards.
I forgot what it was called. It was like in Orange County for the California heads out there. To if that means anything. They have Korean fried chicken and pizza,
Oh
and they
yeah.
had the pizza I ate had like mustard on it, some mayonnaise on it, some sausage on it,
Ooh.
tomato sauce. I think it had onion and some other shit. It was really fucking good. It was like kind of tart. I was like, what? Whoa. It's like I felt like how do I say this in a normal way? I felt like a middle-aged like white woman from like Montana who's like, "Ooh, it's dusty." Like I felt like the way that someone who said this tastes zesty feels.
I like the sound of it. Like every all those
Oh, it had
ingredients
corn
I
too.
love. What did it have?
Corn.
Corn. Ooh, that's a toss up though.
Corn is so good on pizza.
I I don't know if I ever had corn on a pizza, so I can't say how I feel. But I don't think I like corn. I like corn as a veggie. It's good. Corn was like the first. I think it was like the first veggie as a kid that your parental figure says here veggies, and you're like, no, I don't want to eat veggies. And then they're like, well, try this one. It's got butter in it. I'm like, okay, and you have it like, oh, that's pretty good. So that's how I sound as a kid, I guess. So
I never actually had
I like
like a
corn.
I never actually had like a I don't like veggies moment when I was growing up.
I wish I didn't. I definitely steered away from veggies. I think, but I not to like cast shade to my dad or anything, but like looking back, my dad didn't really give me many good veggies to eat. It was canned green beans, which are vile. Ugh. I had real green beans for the first time during quarantine. Isn't that crazy?
Hold on, I need to remember what green beans look like.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Like string green beans,
Yeah,
like long green beans.
I know her.
I
I
had
know
never
her.
had those. I had never had those like that before. And my old roommate years ago, she's really good cook, and she made them for dinner. Like I think it might have been the first quarantine dinner we had together too, maybe. And they were like, I wanted just to eat those. I didn't even want anything else. They're so fucking delicious. And it was just string green beans and like Parmesan and oil, like vinaigrette or maybe not even vinaigrette. It was like some oil.
I've never had them
Oh,
like that.
it's amazing. It was so good. Oh,
I've only ever had them with like vinegar, soy sauce, and garlic on it, and
ooh, soy sauce.
and what else is on it? Sometimes there's like chili oil on it. I've only Yeah, that's the only time I think I've had green bean, like the whole ass green bean, instead of, because like growing up, the only time I've ever had green beans like as a child growing up was in the rice that my grandma would make. So
Ooh.
like a lot of vegetables as a child was like, no, there was one vegetable I didn't like as a child, and it was lima beans, because that was in the rice, and I like either
Ah.
loved it or hated it, and I would like switch between loving it or hating it in the rice.
I don't know how I feel about lima beans, but I think I had the same revulsion to them as a kid because I think I accidentally had them once and hated them. But that's going off of vapors of memories now because I didn't really like many veggies at all um, until I had like corn and I was like, well, corn's pretty good. And then I had broccoli
Love broccoli.
finally, like, and yeah, I love broccoli now. I had broccoli last night or no 2 nights ago. Um, Balance. They do a General So type of bowl where there's brown rice and tofu and broccoli and carrots and bean sprouts. So fucking good.
I
Oh,
eat so much tofu.
oh, what was the before I
Oh yeah,
beg you
sorry.
forget again? What was the shindigs thing?
How did he get into the Shindig's ecosystem? And yeah,
Oh, yeah. It's to me it's interesting anyway. Um, so I mentioned a little bit briefly earlier that I really like Super Smash Bros. Melee, and I never got good at it. I just loved playing it though, but I was never really good at it. And I knew of the concept of like pro players by the time I quit, which I think I quit Melee in like 2005 or 6. It was whenever my house got broken into as a kid and they took my GameCube, which had Melee in it. So I
oh
lost
wow,
my GameCube and Melee and my save. And so when when the insurance company, we had insurance thankfully, and so when I got the insurance settlement back, they get my dad. The way the insurance worked is they like replaced what they could and then gave us a check for the remainder, or gave us replacements equal to the value of what we determined were our things, I guess, or something. So I got a brand new GameCube, which wasn't the platinum because I had the platinum, but that didn't exist anymore because that was limited edition. So I didn't want that, and my Pokemon Red was stolen, so they gave me a copy of Fire Red, which I wish I would have kept because I would have had it sealed, and that would be worth a lot of fucking money. But no, I sold it on eBay for like $30 at the time.
where every game was
Yeah.
scalped.
Oh my god. See, I've run an eBay business. Well, I used to run an eBay business like primarily for my extra income, and then I've just always been savvy with online sales for like actually that was the genesis of my online sales savviness was when my house got broken into and I lost a lot of shit. I started selling the replacements online because that's all I could do with them. Um, so what's Fire Red worth right now? There's a website called Price Charting that everyone,
Oh,
what most people use.
I love
You
her.
know,
I love
you know
her.
about
I
it.
thought they just like spent hours looking at it.
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, here we go. Fire Red version. Loose is only $113. Complete, not new, complete, $400 average. New price average of $1,000. I sold it for $30 on eBay
I think
like 20 years ago.
the Pokemon thing makes me so mad because it's like, what the fuck do you mean you're charging $100 for one of the highest selling games of all time?
I know, right? It is so stupid. Like and then there's some things that are rare that are worth only because they're rare, and it's like, okay, I kind of get that. Like, yeah, Chibi Robo didn't have a lot of copies. I remember I could have bought one at Toys R Us new for like $35, but I didn't because I didn't have $35. But now it's worth more than that, way more than that. But yeah, it's silly when mass produced stuff is worth a lot just because it's that popular. Like crazy.
How much is Earthbound worth? I own a physical copy of this.
Oh, I think it's still around $300 or $400
AO?
loose, or do you have the
I have it
game
loose,
box?
unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
I got it from my
Yep, loose.
mom's ex, because my mom's ex, who was a gamer back in the 90s.
Oh, sick.
I don't know what happened to her, but you know.
340 is the average for a loose copy of Earthbound right now.
Oh nice.
I remember it got up to 400 during the COVID days, and because it was originally 300 when I like knew about it, because I always kept an eye out for it when thrift shopping, and never found a copy of that. I found some rare games thrift shopping though. I think the rarest game I got was Ninja Gaiden 3, maybe. That was Ancient Ship of Doom, I think. Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3.
Oh,
Cruise me, say. Ah!
oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
oh, wow.
The story.
Ancient Ship of Doom is worth like $100 now. I sold it for 60, I think. So, damn.
Oh, continue the story.
Oh, what's Shindigs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah. So I was really into Super Smash Bros. Melee, but I sold my copy, and I stayed out of it for a long time. And then after I graduated high school, and a couple years after, I learned of the competitive Super Smash Bros. Melee community, and so I got more involved in that. And it was really fun. I saw some tournaments and had like some. I was around for some pivotal moments for that scene, which was pretty crazy thinking back on. And then I never met him, but I never really met anyone in the scene. I don't think technically, but I followed on Twitter and communicated sometimes with some of the professionals. And one of the guys I followed and still follow on Twitter is the name of Toph, Toph_BBQ. And he was one of the premier commentators with another commentator named Scar, who is this guy in Twitch chat, the People's Champ. Scar Newman, Scarnuzio, and they were this dynamic commentator duos. Scar and Toph, and Young Waffles and Phil. Do you feels me? They were like the two like tag team commentators, premier commentators of the Melee days. And so I followed them on Twitter. And Toph in particular, like we had a lot of common like interests aside from Melee, like anime and shit, and typing really fast. And one day, randomly out of the blue, Toph retweets with, I don't remember what the exact tweet said, but it was a tweet to Shindigs' link, the Twitch stream, with "You need to watch, you need to be here," or something like that. Like you have to go. And I was like, well, I respect Toph. If he's telling me I got to be somewhere, I better check it out. And I clicked, and I think it was the stream where is early Shindigs. I think this was when he was getting killed for, it was the other one he got shot. I think it was when he got shot for laughing at the Joker, the Tommy Wiseau Joker. Well, introduce you to the new Joker. Ah! And he starts laughing, and he gets shot and killed. His VTuber model. It was either that stream or another one, and I was like, "Holy shit! What is this guy doing? This guy's fucking cracked." And then I just kind of lurked a little bit every time I would follow Shindigs, and then I would lurk a little bit. He was averaging like, I think when he wasn't getting bumped up by anyone like Toph or anything, he was averaging like anywhere from 6 to 30 viewers, maybe. Paz, I met Paz through Shindigs' stream as well. And yeah, I think it might have been 2021, 2022, somewhere around there. I think it was 2021 because I was at Sweetwater. I discovered Shindigs around that time, around the Sweetwater days. So yeah, I followed the guy because I was like, well, he's doing something different. That's kind of cool. And I remember him streaming him playing Halo, and he had the Flashbang redeem, brand new, fresh off the boat stream redeem, and fresh off the OBS. And you could just flashbang him while he was streaming, and it was pretty funny. And it's like, this guy's a kooky character. And I learned he made music, and so I talked to him about music a little bit and told him I could help him out in Sweetwater. And I just kept sticking around, and just like with Darby, and I didn't mention this with Darby, but I started watching him when he had less than I think he had averaged less than 100 viewers when I started watching him, and then he ballooned into 1,000+ average by the time he was like hitting his peak. So I've been at the forefront of several amazing Twitch streamers. I'm very fortunate. One not so fortunate was Ninja. I used to watch Ninja when he was sub 1,000 viewers, and well, I don't watch Ninja anymore. So
Not a make their head.
No.
Well, you were in the forefront of many great streamers. I'm gonna take that as an omen of I'm going to be one of those.
There you go.
Oh,
It can happen to any of you. It can happen to any of us.
Well, I wanted to know that because I've only known of shindigs for like a year. I want to say a year,
Oh, okay.
and like I do have like a lot. I do have memories from like last winter watching shindigs and like jams. I This is not a story I've like said before, but I remember on New Year that was like last year I was watching jams, and on like as New Year's was happening, they went outside and looking at the fireworks, going like, "Whoa, my
Hmm.
life!" While like jams was doing New Year's and like um Animal Crossing, I'm like, this is life affirming, especially because I was accompanied. Anyway, anyway,
That's awesome.
and that's like a moment that's like burned into my head. So
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you have that formative moment when you least expect it.
so now yeah, I have, and also like finding shindigs last year was around the time I watched Bochi. No,
Oh,
no, no, no. Bochi was the year before. Sorry, last year was in 2022. Last year I remember watching shindigs and I was like, wait, I can do cool things on Twitch because I was streaming since 2021 after the big Hershey thing. I don't know if you're aware of that lore.
the Hershey thing?
So I had a Tumblr post in 2019, pop the fuck off, and it was like
No.
uh, because my friend was pretending to be a Hershey mascot on Tumblr, and it's like blah blah blah,
Oh.
and it was like delete your account on this day, and then the response was on this day start running, and that was in 2021, and when the day came, everyone fucking remembered it. It was like trending on Tumblr and Twitter.
Wow.
It was trending on Tumblr and Twitter, and I was like, oh, I'll make a little stream for this for like charity for Trevor Project. And I was expecting it to be like a small stream, like 50 people show up, and it was 3,000, like 5,000 people came out.
Holy
And I was
cow.
like, me and my friends were like freaking the fuck out because like, why are so many people here?
What are you doing here?
Which is
Who
why,
are you people?
which is why I have so many fucking followers on this site.
I noticed that. And it's funny you say that because my follower count is kind of similarly inflated in that, like, I mean, I've been doing it a long time, but like, I gained, I think, a third of my followers from the Davey 504 feature. I didn't really do anything. A clip went viral. Well, the clip didn't even go viral. The video went viral because it was Davey 504. And people followed me en masse from that, but I don't have any of those people that still watch me anymore. So it didn't mean anything in the long run, but it's still fun.
But
I have to watch that though. That's crazy. That's awesome.
there is so much in the Hershey stream that I like look back. I'm like, this was my first stream. This was my first stream, and I'm cringing at myself. I have lore, but I won't share lore now. Archibald linked did, and also the Tumblr post.
Oh, okay. I used to be on Tumblr like back in the day. I had a pony arc in 20 whenever it was out, 2011, 2012, and there was a big pony like following on their community, I guess, whatever, on Tumblr. So I've naturally gravitated over there and, had a good time. And I think I got off of Tumblr before TumblrCon happened, I think.
Dashcon.
I don't DashCon, yeah, DashCon.
Well, that's my old.
But yeah, I had I was an old head with Tumblr, I guess, in a way. But I never popped off or anything. That especially not like that. That's the best part of Tumblr. That when something organically happens like that.
Pony.
Yeah,
Okay, back to the viewer question.
sure.
Next one.
Did you obtain your Miku pedal before or after it was like $50,000 on Reverb?
Funnily enough, after, but I didn't pay that much for it. I paid $90 for my Miku pedal because for some reason the person who was selling it wanted that much money for it, and it was a friend of a friend. My friend hit me up and said, "Hey, I have a friend who wants to sell their Miku pedal," and I was like, "Oh, what do they want? Like $300?" And he's like, "No, he wants $90." And I was like, "That's a really good price, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I should buy that, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "But I don't. What am I going to use a Miku pedal for? Like, what do I don't need it. Like, yeah, it's funny, but $90, that's a lot of money for a joke." Like I could see a couple comedy shows for less. Like he's like, you should buy it. I'm gonna tell him like he needs to sell it like now. He might sell it online if you don't buy it now. I was like, really? Okay. And I thought I even told him no at first. And then a week went by and I was like, no, I should buy it now. I should just get it. And so I hit my friend back up and I'm like, does your friend still have it? And he's like, yeah. It's like, all right, here's $90. Get it for me, please. And that's it. So I got it when the prices were like were over 200. They're but like 300 almost average. And I think now they're like 400 average. It's ridiculous. It's not worth it. For anyone that's curious, it's not worth it. You don't it's a funny gag, but it's not worth that many monies.
Next question.
Do you fuck with Les Rawleyes' Denudes, in particular the seminal noise rock album 77 Live?
I've listened to one of their albums, I think. Forrest, did you send me one of their things, maybe?
Yes, I remember sending you one of their songs because they were like, oh, I was like, can you play this?
Yeah. I don't remember what album it was off of, but I really liked whatever song you sent me. It wasn't an album I listened to from them, but I think. Do I have them on my computer? No, I do not.
I forgot what song it was. I can like find it.
Nah, it's. I can go through my. I can thumb through my history.
It's
real
Tobacco
quick,
Road.
too. Just Tobacco Road. Okay, that sounds right. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one song I heard very much, but I haven't listened to an album yet. I will
That's a
grow and
react.
change as a person.
That's an album to react to. 77 Live's got like strongest shooters.
I should do it. I should put it on the list. My ever growing backlog. This was supposed to be the year of listening to music. Next year, chat. Next year.
There's still time in the year.
Next year.
Next question.
Next question.
What's up with the lightning alias? Where'd that come from?
Oh, really stupid because it relates back to one of the bands I mentioned earlier, The Who. They have a song called "Call Me Lightning." So my name I made on some platforms was "Call Me Lightning" because I was trying to branch out from Mr. Brawl because I didn't play Brawl. I hated Brawl. I didn't talk about that. Melee I loved. Brawl came out. I actually went to a midnight release for Brawl with one of my friends and got it. I think I played it like very briefly that night because I couldn't stay up too late because it was midnight. And then I like actually played it and I was like, this game kind of not good. And then I like played the multiplayer and realized like tripping was a thing and I was like, I don't like this at all. And it kind of influenced me to sell my Wii and play and spend more time playing bass and stuff anyway. But so it worked out. But so yeah, Call Me Lightning was my new name to differentiate me from Mr. Brawl. But I couldn't change my YouTube name that wasn't allowed at the time. So that became my name. I can't remember I think my name was that. I don't know. I tried a bunch of different names online. I had that was one of them. And that's my Steam name, I think, was Call Me Lightning, I think. And it just got shortened to Lightning. And it's kind of funny in that I'm pretty slow when in games, so it's also kind of a joke. That's it.
Team name right now is Vile.
Vile? I mean, you can be whatever you want on Steam.
I'll DM you my current assortment.
That bottom one though is pretty amazing.
I'll read them out. It's currently Squirt Swap Survivor, followed by a Hard White Girl, then Forest, and Weather Pith Enjoyer, and the bottom one is Tub Girl Rehacks. Because Archibald booed me, I read them out. That was Kitsu's idea.
That's a +2 if I've ever +2'd.
I like had a moment with her. I reevaluated the girl.
Really?
I'm not gonna talk about our lady in tub on stream.
That's fine. You don't have to.
But I've had a reevaluation. If you don't know what that is, there's a very nasty image.
Oh, I do. I've seen it once. Once was enough. It's been a long time, but I've seen it once. I've seen that. I've seen Meat Spin. I've seen the Are You Offended page from Encyclopedia Dramatica. I probably saw a couple gore things on Encyclopedia. My favorite page from Encyclopedia, if you remember, do you remember Encyclopedia?
I like
It's kind of a shitpost thing. Yeah, that's it. That's it. The
It's doing rage.
Everything's
Like all of these
And-
shock things, but like all of these shock things, but the ones that I like reevaluate are just like the ones that aren't even bad. Like Meat Spin was just like sucks,
Yeah, it's just the guy spinning his meat. Like,
and the
cool, never
girl,
seen that before.
and the girl isn't even doing anything too weird.
No, it's just kind of it's a shock.
It's just
image.
kinda gross. Anyway, next.
I've never seen Tub Girl. I've never seen Two Girls One Cup. I don't think I ever will. The next question.
Do you still play Overwatch?
fucking link!
https://clips.twitch.tv/magnificent headstrong upr chase. This is his first ever clip.
Archibald, whip the clip back out. I didn't save it.
Oh, it's my clip of my stupid Overwatch moment. That was pretty funny. No, I don't still play Overwatch. I'm surprised it's my oldest clip that's still intact though, but probably because of copyright concerns. Oh, it's not my first clip? Oh, okay. Fake news,
Oh,
Archibald.
I am so scared of what my first clip is. Because like I used to just stream for my friends just so I could have clips. I remember deleting one of them because it was like I don't remember why. I remember deleting one of them because I was like, this is not a good thing. It's not a good thing someone said in chat that I didn't notice until like later.
And that's just all part of the growth, you know. It's part of figuring it out. And,
No, that wasn't
you
even
know.
like part of the growth. That was me just like not reading someone having a racist name in chat.
Oh. I kind of zoned out for that part of it.
Anyway, next question.
The previous clip
That's
submitted
part
by Archibald was capitalist propaganda and fake news.
No, I was just gonna say, like, it is part of navigating Twitch though, and grow. I guess navigating accidentally racist names and people baiting you into saying shit that you don't want to say on stream.
I think it was kind of like
But-
wild of me to be streaming myself playing Counter-Strike without like any fucking filters on. It's like raw dogging Counter-Strike in OBS and going like, fuck it, man.
That's like when I wanted to stream me playing Left 4 Dead 2 on stream, but every time I thought about it, I was like, I am absolutely going to get matched in a lobby with someone with a horrific name. They're going to say racial slurs in chat. They're going to be absolutely awful in every way. Like I'm not risking it. It's not worth it. I am full lobbying up on. We're not doing versus unless we're facing bots. We're full lobby as survivors. We have no risk of any of that.
On to the next question.
Do you remember Goons with chicken cheese?
Goons with chicken cheese?
Kinski. Kinski.
Is it an epic inside reference?
It's a something awful thing. I'm 90% sure.
Oh, something awful. See, I never spent any time on something awful. So the memes on there are beyond my purview. I see you caught me. You called me out on some old shit that I didn't remember. And that's on me for acting all like, oh, back in the day, blah blah blah, all us old heads remember. So that's on me for showboating when I couldn't perform. Goons with chicken cheese though. I that doesn't ring any bell though. But I never went on something awful, so that's part of that right there. I never spent any time there or the Encyclopedia Dramatica community, or I didn't spend time on 4chan until 2011 is where I actually like really started involving myself on 4chan. Because before then I was still struggling with the am I still a good little Christian kid or do I kind of not believe in this shit anymore? And it took my own figuring out rather than the internet to help me out that way. But now that's those are some ancient texts that I don't remember. Maybe I don't know if I should get hip or not.
I don't know how relevant something awful is now. Well,
Not very at all.
there are some things that it's like whatever. I will always remember something awful Danganronpa,
Oh, okay.
but that's the story for later. For now, it's time for the next question.
Dream blunt rotation?
Dream Blunt rotation. Northern Lion. Gotta be really silly on the Devil's Lettuce. Gotta pick like 3 for rotation, right? Northern Lion, Shindigs, and it's a cop out answer if I pick Jams, so I can't pick Jams. Jack Black. There we go. I think it's a good rotation. It's a blend. Shout out Jack Black.
Next question.
That's the real Jack Black. Follow them, please.
Dude.
Games.
What would you
They're
rate
gonna
this
stream
album?
games soon.
https://radiarmusic.com/release/album/year-of-the-locust.
Dash the dash the dash. That's my buddy's album. There's old band Dual Neutral, which someone pointed out in chat earlier that captions read something as Avery Derogatory, which is a pretty base, like that's a base band name right there, Avery Derogatory, or like stage name or something. That's pretty great. My buddy Avery is in what was in Dual Neutral. That was his band with a guy named Dan. And that album, I'd rated a solid, like a strong 6, light 7, maybe. Like, man, how about a light to decent 7? I think it's been a while since I revisited it, and I'm trying to, and I'm putting that as a rating, as like trying to think of it outside of, it's my friends. I love my friends. Like, I'm supportive of their art. But that's a solid album. I think anyone can enjoy it. There's some great tracks on it. And it sounds really good for being mixed on old, like, not bookshelf speakers, but old radio speakers, like just random ass column speakers from like a hi-fi setup. It was mixed on those and then mastered separately. So.
On to the next question.
What makes you happiest in life?
What makes me happiest in life? When I wake up and I roll out of bed and it doesn't hurt my back. No, what actually makes me happiest in life is when I can get a little further on my instruments. Like if I can get, like, if I'm done playing for the day and I just feel satisfied, like that's the stuff right there. That's that high you chase as a musician. Like I've had those streams where I get done streaming, playing bass for like a couple hours or whatever, and I just sit down and I'm like, that felt really fucking good. Like that is my, like, that's my goal every time. I haven't had one of those in a while. I'm overdue. But that's when I'm happiest. And when I'm not contemplating the reality, that also helps a lot too.
Next question.
What does stability in life look like, and what does that mean to you?
For me personally, stability in life is having all my immediate needs met without thinking about it, I guess. Like, not thinking like, okay, I have to make sure that I have this bill laid out ahead of this one so that I don't overdraft here and then causes this account to go negative, and then I have to sell this thing again, that type of stuff, because I've been doing that for a long time, admittedly. So monetary stability, I guess, is the biggest stability for me, because, living in America in 2024. And then just like in general stability, just like I'm in a good spot, like overall, like I really am. I'm very thankful every day that I wake up in a house with a roommate who's really cool. and very tolerant of me and just, existing under the same roof. And I got a decent neighborhood I live in. I don't hear gunshots very rarely. So, stability is pretty decent overall. It's just my stability like goal is to have better monetary stability. And hopefully I get a better job soon enough that will make that a reality instead of a pipe dream.
On to the next question, or are there more to add?
No, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
How much of a role has the internet played in your life and pursuits, and what do you think would have filled that gap if not for it?
It's an immense filling of my life. I have spent so much time online. I am absolutely 100% the definition of terminally online. I'm trying to fix that as I go forward in life, because you can definitely spend way too much time on the internet, because I often vicariously dream through other people's positive experiences, and that can be good, especially if you're in a situation where you yourself can't get out there and experience the same things. Like, if you were not able to not able to leave the house or something, and you experience most things through other people's streams and shit, like, it's hella relatable with people that have to make their own entertainment happen. So the internet is wonderful for stuff like that. But for other people like myself who have means to get out and do shit, like, I get stuck in a rut very easily. That binging personality kind of goes hand in hand with just Smiling Friends. Actually, I do a Smiling Friends bit. Smiling Friends kind of touched on it, and then Smiling Friends spoilers for the end of season 1. So plug your ears for 30 seconds, maybe. Charlie goes to hell and has to help the devil, and the devil is stuck in a bunch of dopamine hits, as Charlie calls them, where he's just like not fixing his problems that he could fix, because he's just recycling the same small dopamine releasing activities, like hitting his vape pen and ordering takeout and gaming. So the internet is all of those for me, pretty much. So I definitely spend a lot of too much time on the internet. And that's the thing. If I had something else to fill the void, especially all this time, I think it'd just be music. I think I would have been made a bunch of albums and stuff if I didn't spend as much time online as I did, thinking that I need to watch one more YouTube video or one more stream or get one more sub. Can we just check? Can we get one more sub?
Get chat sub to me.
So, so I actually this is a formative memory of a little bit, but I remember she used to be my crush in high school too. My computer was out. This was like sophomore year of high school. My computer was out for service because my friend and I had blown it up accidentally by messing with console commands in Left 4 Dead, and we were playing the Helm's Deep mod map, and my friend spawned, instead of 400 zombies in front of me, and caused a fatal power surge through my graphics card, and the overvoltage or whatever, I'm trying to guess what happened anyway without knowing exactly what happened, but a voltage spike went through the graphics card and fried my motherboard. So it completely shorted out my computer. So it was in the shop getting replacement parts, and I was at school talking to my crush and other people saying, like, I don't know what to do. I don't have a computer for at least like 2 weeks. I don't have any internet. And I was really miffed because I couldn't do any of the fun things I do at home on the computer. And after hearing me whinge about it, my friend, my crush, is just like, wow, Eric, you spend a lot of time on the computer, don't you? I was like, I don't know how to respond. Like, yeah. But when you put it that way, it feels like a negative. Like, maybe I shouldn't spend as much time on here. And they weren't wrong, honestly. I spend way too much time on the computer. I still do. I used to too, though. Shout out Mitch Hedberg.
Oh, who?
Shout out Mitch Hedberg.
Not real. Sad. I love shouting out. You may notice.
Yeah, I like the stability shout out. That got to be one of my favorite genders is stability.
On to the next question.
When will you get a fucking P.O. box?
I need a fucking P.O. box.
Yeah, me too. When I can afford the lump sum for it, I'm climbing back out of debt. And when I can afford the lump sum for it, I will buy a year of PO Box because I think that's the best deal. It seems from whatever I can research, it doesn't matter how big of a box you get. It's a scam to get a bigger box unless you are like a business getting large shipments or whatever, and then you just get a UPS box. So I'm just gonna pay for the smallest size box, I think, or maybe the second or third, just to be a little nicer about it, and buy a year's worth of that. So soon, trademark.
I like need to buy one because I like have stickers I want to start selling.
Yeah. And you don't want to be like me. Well, I think you said I don't know if you're in if I remember you said something about getting laid off, but
Yeah, that was me.
yeah, I'm sorry. Um, when I had the when I every job I've worked at except for the one I currently work at, I would have packages sent to my work because I was just like, hey, my neighborhood's not the greatest. Can I just have stuff sent here? And they're always like, yeah, sure, whatever. So that worked if I wanted something online too. So it was like I just put my work, address, and then I don't have to dox myself, I guess.
I think I can probably
But
bum
no, I
my
need a
first box.
PO box. What would you say? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off. Can you repeat?
Oh, I was just saying I need to not dox myself and get a PO box and instead of use my work address potentially because it's not fair. It's not fair to my work. So
Another thing, I could probably bum off of my friend's PO box. My friend who lives like near my house. Cause I think their dad had the PO box for stuff with work.
hmm.
Because yeah, and I'm like, I think I they have that. Just think they don't use that much, but I'm also because I'm like friends with that whole situation.
That'd be cool. I think it gets tricky though. I think you need like a key to unlock it, so you'd probably have to like borrow their key, or I
It's
don't know if they
fine.
make you a copy.
And their
Maybe
dad's
I'm
like,
not sure.
I'm also friends with their dad.
There you go.
On to the next question though.
If you weren't a turtle, what animal would you want to be?
Oh, yeah, turtles are definitely a vibe for me. Um, hmm, a tortoise. That's different from a turtle. There you go. Cop out answer. Uh, I almost want to say an axolotl because they're so cute, and I love axolotl pee. I have the axolotl PP from item label. Yeah, shout out Mexico. Shout out Mexico. Um, maybe axolotl or a penguin. Penguins are kind of fucking adorable.
One of the Oomfies.
Ooh,
I don't know if they're the chat box, but hello. I'd shout to you out, but I can't shout two people out at once.
shout out penguin. Oh, I gotta watch the Penguin. I heard that's a really good show.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about it, and I'll listen. Like I listen to the Bill Burr podcast at work, and he's been talking about it a lot. Like it's such a great show. So I gotta check that out. I've heard it's like Tony Soprano, but Gotham edition kind of thing.
On to next question.
Are you seriously considering becoming a tuber?
Yes. Um, I think I would enjoy it a lot actually. I didn't I like when VTubing was starting to come out, I didn't believe in the viability of it because I thought it was just an anime thing, and I'm like, well, I don't want to pigeonhole myself into just anime like people. Mainly because my original definition of or understanding of the word Oshi meant like the first person you like, kind of like your inspiration, I guess. But I guess Oshis are now like just the person you stan like the hardest or whatever. And so my Oshi originally, the original VTuber I watched was Neoners, and so I was just like, well, she's she's anime, kind of loves anime, and that's kind of her vibe and community. But then it branched out into more than that, and I'm trying to remember some of the early VTubers I remember, but people like Corine and then and seeing like modern VTubers, like everybody, Forrest, yourself, and
I
Shindigs and and Jams, and there's just so much creativity with it. It seems like a really fun outlet. And I only ever acted in 3 plays in high school, but I liked acting, and I feel like I could actually like portray a character more if I just had that, disconnect. Like there's the guitarist Buckethead, who's like famously prolific and talented, but like his whole thing is he never ever gets out of character. Like he's always in bucket zone whenever he's got a guitar. So he'll be on stage sharing the bill with other musicians, and everyone's like looking quote unquote normal. And then there's the guy over there in the corner is Buckethead, and he's wearing a bucket on his head and a mask, but he's shredding. So kind of in that vibe, like I feel like if I had a VTuber persona, like even if it wasn't actually playing a persona, I could be more theatrical and entertaining in that way. So yes, I do want to be a VTuber.
imagine if you were on a show with a VTuber asking you questions.
That'd be crazy.
Awesome.
That never happened though. That would never happen.
VTube. I can like talk about my like VTubing experience and how I'll talk briefly about my VTubing experience.
Oh, please do.
I kind of just talk like myself. I'm just kind of myself, but I get to be silly with it a little bit by pretending to be a dog on the computer, which is a bit life affirming. But it
Mm-hmm.
also like I get to experiment and do new things and uh kind of perform. Honestly, I'm enjoying performing. I enjoy like playing stuff up and talking. Oh no, I like the way I talk or me not knowing things. That's not a bit. It's not a bit.
Chat, I'm merely pretending to not know.
Oh, I'm not pretending to not know. I just don't know a lot of shit. I think Archibald trolled me yesterday because I didn't know what a word meant and Archibald called it a calculator. And it was like, no, that's a notepad. So shout out Archibald for confusing me.
Thanks, Archibald. Yeah,
Fucking
I think that's a real thing though. Like it just, I would be, I think I'd probably be the same unless I came up with, because that's the thing. Like you have to come up with like come up with a character. Like Shindigs is pretty much just being himself. Everything he does is pretty much him. Jams has some lore, like he's an alien, and they're like studied by the government but allowed to stream and stuff, and like everyone has their like kind of what they are, but they're still themselves. So that's what I like about it is the flex, the flexibility to kind of like step over into a role or enhance a role with your own personality. So I think it would be pretty cool to experiment with that. The hard part, of course, is finding your role. Just like the hard part of being a musician is making an album. It's like, oh, I can play my instrument, but making a song, making an album, that's where the real challenge begins.
yeah. Like for me, I like use the VTuber thing because with the videos I make and the game I'm making, and I tend to like the big thing is the lore here is supposed to be I'm in the future, but I don't really engage with it that much because I don't really know how to engage with it directly on the stream, but I know how to engage with it like with the fiction I write, and
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be like that because I have a lot of ideas with that, which I do plan on making a video next week, like starting making a new video next week because I want to. Like after the
Oh,
stream, I'm gonna like work on
like a
another
lore
video.
video,
What was that?
like a lore video.
I don't know if you've seen my YouTube videos I've made.
Mm-mm.
The premise of it is the premise of them is basically analysis of a piece of media or a phenomenon from online through the lens of 5,000 years in the future.
Oh, okay.
So the first one I made was analysis of Bloodborne not existing anymore because it's been thousands of years, but we have all of this Let's Play and all this information around Bloodborne that exists and like analyzing that.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong premise.
Uh,
There's a lot of potential there.
and the second video, I cannot remember what it was.
No.
I don't remember what the second
Yeah.
video was about. It was about like the internet and things being archived and things being ephemeral and like leaving and like having thousands of years of hindsight is like, oh yeah, like it sucks that all this shit wasn't preserved, but the people had it, and what we do have is like good. And like that,
Yeah,
and like that's kind of like the type of thing I like am very interested in presenting and just seeing through the world, or what I like to uh go through in media, not in media, in like what I write. And it's taking the form of YouTube video essay.
in this video essay, I will.
Yeah. It's like a video essay, but it's like fiction.
No, I think that's a super great idea. It's a really good stepping stone to other stuff too. Like you can kind of build the world as you see it with the whole future angle, because it's the future. Like you can't know it because it's the future, but you can also establish, so you can establish the future for your own means. So there's a lot of flexibility with it. So the limitation is just on however you want to limit the world, and yeah, but then it becomes the onus is on you to make it. So there's also that kind of pressure I can see too, where you're like, okay, I got to figure this out. Like I got to, what boundaries do I set? And, because last thing you want is when if you build it up enough and you start having like a lot of people involved and they're like, well, they just mentioned that in this episode that the future was like this, but now they're saying it's like this, and that's not canon to what they said earlier, and so then you start having, but then you've made it when that type of discussion happens in your content, when people are discussing the lore of your shit, then like, all right, yeah, I'm in a good spot.
I do feel a little like insane because I like mentioned the last video I made, I like mentioned it's like a tragedy when a server goes down, and I was like, even the archival thing will go down, and fucking Internet Archive went down. Like a month later, I was like, "Oh God!"
No, you cursed us.
But that's enough about me advertising myself. Next question.
Song/technique you're proudest of learning? I learned Portrait of Tracy, and I feel like I leveled up from that.
Ooh, that is a level up worthy song. I haven't learned that one myself. I know how the mechanics of how it works. It's all bass harmonics, then you kind of have to slide a finger to make an artificial harmonic. Sorry, brief nerd aside what do you call it? Kindred spirit. But let's see, the most recent level up song I had, I finally learned how to do one of the slap and pop skills that Les Claypool uses. He is a big proprietor of the slap tap pop, which is a triplet motion where you slap the string, use with your right hand or your dominant hand, your plucking hand, I guess. So I'll just use right and left to make it easier. Slap the string with your right hand, tap it with your left, and then pop it with your right. And so you do right, left, right, right, left, right, right, left, right, right, left, right, over and over again. But using the motion of the tap to reset your wrist, so you can kind of fake it sounding really fast and crazy, but you're not actually moving too much. So it's understanding that preservation of motion is a tricky, masterful technique. It's an advanced level technique that I had never spent time on. But I finally learned how to do it a little bit by spending some time with the Primus song called Lacquerhead, which is a song about huffing paint chemicals, I think, or something. It's a song about burning your brain cells with huffing chemicals, vapors, and fumes. But it's a fucking groovy ass song, and the whole bass part's like, and it sounds like you're doing like a lot of work. Yeah, shout out Paint Fumes. It sounds like you're doing a lot, but you're not. And once I figured out how to do that, that was my most like recent like level up kind of moment. Before that, I think it was maybe adding the third finger in the plucking hand technique to kind of help with another preservation of motion technique, because a lot of things people don't think of is that instruments for the most part are very non-ergonomically made. Some are more ergonomic than others, but a lot of them aren't very ergonomic, and guitar is not inherently ergonomic. It makes sense, but you definitely have to move your hands in non-ergonomic ways for normal guitars. There's been more ergonomic ones since, but learning the ergonomics of how you personally play and what's recommended for the instrument, kind of combining them all together is is a really rewarding thing and something I really value. Yeah. I gotta learn Portrait of Tracy though. That song's it's legendary.
Sorry, Archibald's fucking comment.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Next,
I'll send you a +1 for that one, Archibald. There you
on to the next question.
go.
Favorite non-musical object you own? Hard mode. Nothing electronic.
Damn it. Can't cop out and say computer. Or my pedals. Non-electronic thing I own. Probably my Might from Item Label. For any item label heads in chat or item heads in chat.
Item Nation.
I unboxed Item Nation. I unboxed one of the rarest critters that Item Label's ever made called Might. It's the one I wanted the most too. There's actually a reaction clip of me getting it on stream on my channel that's still up, where I freak out and actually drop it while I'm like freaking out. I'm like, I dropped it, ah! Like yelling. It's probably the genuinely happiest I've been in a minute when I pulled that on stream. So that might be my favorite non-electronic item I have right now. I guess my acoustic guitar is pretty awesome too. I have a kind of cool story about my acoustic guitar that I could tell the short version of, because that's technically not electronic. So I guess that does count. Thank you, Archibald. Quick version abbreviation, because I know been here for a minute and I would probably have more questions. But the acoustic guitar I've been looking for like 5 years, and I never thought I'd find one locally. I thought I'd have to order one, and then I found one locally and I got a really good price on it, and it was very insanely satisfying to find that and get a good deal on it all in the same time frame and be able to buy it like outright. So yeah, those two. There's a toss up between those two.
Ad break incoming once again in a minute.
Oh, more hot takes.
Or hot takes.
I don't know.
They don't have to be hot takes. We don't need to keep farming hot takes. We can just talk.
How about I think one of the best Led Zeppelin albums is Presence, but that's a boomer hot take. We don't have any boomers present, I don't think.
Shout out to old people, I guess.
Shout out old people sometimes, I guess.
What's your favorite Pink Floyd album?
See, I really like Dark Side a lot, even knowing The Wall and Wish You Were Here and Animals. I really love Dark Side. I love the flow of it and the guitars on it and the solos. Everything about it is phenomenal. Wish You Were Here is like, if I smoked weed, I'd probably like it more than Dark Side, I feel. Because it's bookended with 2 long jams they're great, but I don't know, there's 2 long jams. The first one, of course, being the superior one, or the second one. Shine On You Crazy Diamond parts 1 through 5 or whatever are the best parts. And Welcome to the Machines. I appreciate Welcome to the Machine a lot more now than I did back in the day. But yeah, there are no misses on Wish You're Here. It's just it's shorter, and if you're comparing the length of the material to what's on Dark Side and how varied Dark Side is, I'm taking Dark Side any day. And The Wall, I don't know. I haven't revisited The Wall in a long time. Maybe I'd like it more now. I don't know. It's fine.
Notice how he doesn't mention Animals.
Animals is like the better version of the jams on Wish You Were Here, but it's the same thing I run into, is that I'm not high enough to enjoy Animals.
Oh man, I wonder what listening to music high is like. I've never gotten.
Okay, I've been here we go. Hot take, hot because we're smonking weed. We're weed eaters. I only got high listening to music one time, and it got so overwhelming for me I couldn't listen to music for a while for like the duration of the high. I was trying to be sneaky, and it was the first time I was ever attempting to smoke by myself, and my dad was home, and so I was trying to smoke without him knowing, even though he was asleep, and he wouldn't have known unless I like purposely woke him up from coughing too much, which I almost did. But yeah, I got way too high too quickly, and I was trying to listen to one of my favorite albums of the Alabama Shakes' Sound and Color.
Oh, I love that album.
Oh, it's so good. And I can listen to that album like on repeat. But when I got suddenly violently high, I remember I had to whip my headphones off because all of a sudden all the sounds from it were too much. I was like, oh man, oh God. And I like whipped my headphones off and started kind of like pacing a little bit, like I'm too high. What's going on? This is wild. And then melodies started actually forming in my head. I can't remember them, but I remember all of a sudden my brain was creating melodies for me, and it was kind of awesome, but kind of scary at the same time. So that was the one time I got high listening to music. It's too much.
The recent thing that I was like, I want to listen to music while doing this was a very silly thing to say. Not a very silly thing, a very silly situation. Was I was at the furry convention and they had like a pull toy room. You know the furry pull toy that are like the size of a person.
Mm-hmm.
I was like on top of one of those. They were playing like lo-fi music. I was like laying on one of them, and I was like, I can feel the fucking everything on my body while I'm laying on this. This feels so fucking weird. 'Cause it's just like a balloon. You're on top of a big fucking balloon. And
Yeah.
I was just
And
chilling.
the water and everything is like transferring the vibrations, probably, right?
There's no water. They're just like on the floor. It's
Oh.
there's like the pull toy room is just like on the floor while the the ceiling had a fucking thing fall down.
Oh.
It's like, oh, that's awesome. But it's just imagine like a convention room with just like these big furry animals and like inflated poles and balloons all over the place. Completely dry.
That sounds fun.
And they're just playing like lo-fi music that low key I did not like at all, but the vibe, it was just like vibe that's like I was like laying on it. It's like this music I don't really like, but I'm like feeling it all over my body. It's like, huh, I get this now, but I don't think this is how most people. I don't think this is like the use case most people get these for. Because like I I'd want one before because I thought, oh, it's chill. I like it's like chill, but now it's like, wait, I can listen to music on top of this.
It's like you try to like someone brings up like, oh man, once you listen to Pink Floyd high, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, this one time I was on this pool toy listening to chill beats to study to, and I've been there.
I like the fucking lo-fi kick that people talk about being like so fucking loud. No, the lo-fi snare.
Yeah.
Like the ear snare. I'm like, oh my god. Like it feels nice on your body, but in your ear, it's like, whoa. Ad break is over now.
You missed the hot takes.
We had Pink Floyd hot takes. Everyone loves Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
On to the next question.
Do you like the name Eric? I think it's a cool name. If it wasn't your name, what would you want your name to be?
I do like the name Eric now because I've talked about this, not obviously not here, but before in my life, like people, talk about their names and stuff. I remember before, well, I don't remember before I was born. I remember the being told by my dad about the conversation that happened before I was born, where my mom wanted to name me Cody. That was going to be my name, but Cody was a really trendy name at the time. And my dad was adamant. He's like, we're not naming our son a trendy name. I guess in its equivalent, like Cody back then would have been like naming your kid like Daenerys after Game of Thrones or something. Was like the vibe that my dad presented telling me this story. He's like, we're not naming our son Cody. We're not doing that. And my mom was kind of adamant about it, but so they argued. And like I don't know how serious it was, but basically they relented and were like, all right. So it's not going to be his name, but what else do we have? And so they worked it through, and they just chose Eric. And I was one of the only Erics I knew growing up. Every time I meet another Eric, it was like it's like when you're driving and you see someone driving your car, and you're just like, hey. So it was always really cool. I've met multiple different spellings of Erics because I'm ERIC. There's ERIK. There's ARIC. There's ARIK. There's ERICK. There's ARICK, and there was one, I think I've seen an ARRIC before, or maybe ARRIK, I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of variants. What's that?
New tech and Eric spelling.
Yeah, the new tech figured out, hit hot off the presses, and it's a really good name. I like it. Though I do remember having flashes of like wanting to change my name as like an elementary schooler. If anyone remembers Beyblade,
Oh, I have a
I-
Beyblade scholar.
do you?
One of my besties is like Beybladed the fuck out as like a fucking person in the Beyblade community.
That's awesome. One of my friends is just made regionals in, I don't know if it's her state or if it's her like state cluster region. I don't remember what the region encompasses for that. She's in New York though, and like she's not expected. She like just recently started playing with Beyblades, and she fucking swept the competition like every game. And she's like, "Yeah, I guess I'm going to regionals now." So it was pretty fucking awesome. And we played a little bit of Beyblades. She got another friend into Beyblades, and they brought their set to the last party we were all at. And we got to play, and it was really fucking fun. It was just as fun as I remembered it being when I was a kid. Like it was, and with the Beyblades I'm talking about originally though, like when the story was the first Beyblade series, like the first launch. I had some of the OG Beyblades. I don't know what happened to them. I think they got donated or something. But one of the characters in that show was named Ray. I remember thinking, that's a cool name. I want to be Ray instead of Eric. I don't know why exactly. I think I just thought that name was really cool. And so Ray would be my other name if I was going to change my name, I guess. I won't though.
Ray plays bass. Cody plays bass.
Cody plays bass. Imagine if I was Cody plays bass. No one wants to see Cody play bass. Cody is such a like, I don't know, like just Chad coded name where you're like, I don't know, just muscly like bully guy kind of code. I don't know. Shout out. Sorry, any Codys in chat.
Can I get a shout
If
out
there
to
are
Cody? There was no Cody on Twitch.
No Codys allowed on Twitch. Good.
I've somehow never met anyone with my name. I don't know how. Well, I've never met anyone with my legal name, but my legal name is really uncommon and Italian, and I'm not Italian.
Classic Italian moment.
If you want me to dox myself a little, my legal name, I'm not gonna say what it is, but it's aggressively Italian.
I'm just assuming. I was assuming it was Michael because I saw the tag was Michael.
Oh no, Michael is for when I do Michael theme streams.
No, your name's Michael. I knew it.
Oh, I wish I was Michael. I don't got Michael energies. I wish I was a Michael.
Michael can be a really good name because you got Mike. What's up, Mike? You know, Mikey. Oh, come here, Mikey. Yeah. Shout out, Michael.
Imagine, but Michael plays bass. I'd watch Michael play bass.
Michael playing bass would be pretty sweet. Ray playing bass, that sounds like, well, the Ray that I think of now after the Beyblade experience is Raymundo from Rocket Power. And that actually fits me, I think, a little bit. Because I have a tendency to spin long yarns if it wasn't obvious enough, so.
Whenever I hear the name Ray, I think of the character from Detention. Her name is like Fang Ration. It's like, I don't...
Tension?
It's a game about it's an indie horror game about Taiwan during the White Terror.
Oh.
Made by the
Nice.
people who made Nine Souls most recently and Devotion beforehand.
See, I've heard of Devotion. I think
That game's awesome. That game is so sad.
Interesting. I like sad games. I remember you mentioned Lisa earlier. I have had plans to play Lisa, and actually games I want to play in the future related to Lisa, I guess more specifically, is Yume Tuki. I need to play Yume Tuki.
I have so much to say about Yume Nikki and its fan game and its community.
I love Yume Nikki. I have the So I don't know if you've noticed on my stream, but because it falls off like every other stream. Excuse me. I have a QQ Kun like little grabby thing I got from Fangamer because they actually have Yume Nikki stuff,
Yeah.
I have the QQ Kun like cable organizer thing, I guess. And then I also got the vinyl set from fan gamer that Mushba did the art for. I haven't. I need to spin that on stream yet. I haven't spun that yet, but it's the OST on vinyl.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was so happy I got that because they haven't repressed it yet either. Oh, one of my Discogs. You talked about Radiohead earlier, briefly. I have a new goal to get In Rainbows by Radiohead on vinyl. The problem is I realized that because my vinyl copy sounds awful, and apparently all the 12-inch, all the regular In Rainbows releases are kind of hit or miss. But the one to get is this limited run like box set, and it's like $200-$300, and now I really want it. I just got an alert that one went on sale on Discogs for only $280. So, but it's not like I'm going to buy that now. But I wish I could.
I need to buy. I hope I can get like whole hog employed things so I can buy shit.
That's the worst though, isn't it? Like when stuff comes up that you don't see often for sale, and you're like, oh, I should buy that. Oh, I can't buy that.
I missed the item label not pencil toothbrush thing because of it.
Oh, I wanted to do that too. Yeah, I couldn't swing it either. I wanted to get and even when they ran out of my size, like they had like 2 or 3 XL left, I was like, well, I can just get a really big shirt, and that's kind of fun. I was like trying to justify it. I was like, I shouldn't do it.
But it is so fun to wear oversized clothes.
It is. I that's one thing I need to do for now that it's getting cold out. I need to get some big sweaters. I need to get some big hoodies.
Never gets cold here. Shout out California.
Damn it. We had our probably what it will be our last warm days on Monday and Tuesday, which I was thankfully able to enjoy. I got out and walked each day. One of those walks was listening to Akuma no Uta from Boris earlier. But yeah, it's heading to the cold, headed to the time of year where the wind hurts my face. So
I
remember
being in Ohio and it was so cold and it made me throw up.
Oh jeez, yeah, that is a thing. When the wind blows and it's like really cold and you're not ready for it, it does. I had that reaction once almost, but you get used to it after a while.
I'd assume so. I'm like acclimated to being in the desert and hot, so
yeah, it's quite a culture shock heading between the two.
Yeah. But on to the next question.
Who is your most problematic? I could fix them.
Oh, like not in a romantic sense, but in a general sense, probably Josh Homme from Queens of the Stone Age. Like, I love Queens of the Stone Age so much. They're my favorite band. Like, technically tied for first place with Death from Above, who have had their own kind of weird, problematic time, unfortunately. But it's like, Josh Homme is always that guy where I want to go to bat for him because he usually seems to mean well and do the right thing, quote unquote. But then, and it's like, oh, yep, Josh picked a fight with that person again. Oh boy, come on, Josh. And, oh, Josh kicked that photographer in the face. Oh man, how am I supposed to get out of this? So that's my kind of I could fix him kind of person.
You're not supposed to have a welcome to Bangkok moment every day.
Yeah. Like, we've been over this, Josh. Come on. Okay, this is not my actual answer, but I haven't thought about this person in a while, and I'm kind of glad. But I don't even remember what show they were from. I want to say it wasn't Jersey Shore, but that's like the vibe of the show I knew they were on, I think. Do you know about the like reality star Tila Tequila?
Oh God. Attacking me again.
the psychological damage.
I may have, hold on, I think I have Tila Tequila lore that I cannot share without doxing myself, but
oh man.
but what do you got to that?
All I was gonna say, I don't know how she came up in Pat. Maybe she didn't even come up yesterday, but maybe it was something I read on Reddit or somewhere online. It made me remember her, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, Tila Tequila. Didn't she go like really crazy or something? Like, didn't she get like canceled or proto-canceled or something?" And then I look up her Wikipedia, and it's just a bunch of like, "Oh, she's really anti-Semitic, and she said a bunch of this shit, and she said some racial slurs." I'm like, "What? What?" I did not remember how bad she got. Well, last time I looked her up, she's definitely not an actual I could fix her, but I remember her old, like, all I remember about her is that she was Pretty Woman when I was like, I don't know, high school aged or something. And so that's why that came to mind because of that question. And then when I was reading about her the other day, like, oh my God, I had no idea the lore went this far. What happened to her?
Oh my god. Sheila Shaquila jump scare once again. Shout out fucking MySpace. Jesus Christ.
That's right, MySpace. Yeah. See, I never actually had a MySpace. A friend made one for me, and then I was like, delete it. I don't want it. Baby mode. Ah. And they deleted it for me. But yeah, that was she like on MySpace, like famously? Was that what it was?
Yeah, she was like a MySpace star.
Yeah, like like influencer before influencer was like a
Yeah.
coined term.
I know her from like the proximity of MySpace. I never had a MySpace because I was like what 8? No, not even 8. I was like way too fucking young.
Yeah.
But my brother had one, and me mum had one, and there's a lore there that I'm not gonna that one thing I cannot share without doxing myself.
That's fine.
But yeah, MySpace.
What a wild time. What's the time? I know Tom like retired from everything and just like photographing the world and just chilling now. So, good on him. He got out of it and was like, I'm done. I don't need any more riches. I'm done.
I wish more people would do that.
Right?
But on to the next question.
Is there anything particularly unorthodox about your approach to playing bass?
I don't think I have anything too unorthodox. I try to not slap and pop, but I think that's standard. I think slapping and popping really became a thing in the 90s with like the Chili Peppers, the 80s and 90s. Like, I mean, it was invented before then, of course, but like it became like in vogue back then, and then kind of is resurfaced with more of online content creation because it's a technique that is like, check me out and I'm really talented, kind of wrapped up in one. So slapping and popping is like barking, like it's what someone does when they want attention, and you're just like, all right, I see you, okay, whatever, shut up. But that's not unorthodox. That's just a stylistic choice. Unorthodox, I guess. Well, okay, I guess the one unorthodox thing is that I vastly prefer shorter scale basses. Without getting too nerdy with it, most basses they're long because they're bass. They're the lower notes, and the lower the note, the longer the wave form has to be to make the note happen. So naturally, bass guitars are longer than regular guitars normally. I like bass guitars that are shorter because I find they're a lot easier to play, but I can still play the same notes because the way they make the way they make a short scale bass work. So I guess that's my unorthodox thing, and I stand by short scale basses, which is also unorthodox. Like, it's definitely not been. They're more popular now. They're kind of having a bit of a renaissance within the last like 10 years or so. But like before the last 10 years, like most people considered short scale exclusively a beginner level like feature. But now it's like, oh, professionals use them too. So I think that'd be my unorthodox bass approach, is relying on shorter scales.
And on to the final question, I believe.
You've been yapping for a hot minute, I know, but did you like being nardwared?
Nardwared. That's a good pronunciation, TTS. Great work. Yes, I did greatly. Thank you, Archibald and Forrest and everybody. That was it is definitely been a dream of mine to be Nardward. So very successful Nardwar happening. Successful Nardwar encounter.
Well, I have a couple more things to Nardwar you on.
Oh no.
So, can you tell me about that? Can you tell me about Fiverr?
Oh yeah, there's a there's another Eric Plays Bass who has the Fiverr name. And it's not me, but Davey504 did a video including that Eric Plays Bass in the past, but we have no relation whatsoever other than being Eric's who play bass. I have no Fiverr account myself. I should have gotten one. I remember when that was a boat I missed. I could have probably been early in the Fiverr train, but I missed that boat. Train boat, whatever.
You mentioned Jack Black earlier, but you failed to mention your Tenacious D moment.
Oh yes, that's true. I opened for Kyle Gass Band back in 2016, 17, one of those years. I think it was 2016. Yeah, I got to open for Kyle Gass Band. It was awesome. They were fucking great. Everyone in that band very talented. Kyle Gass is a great guitar player, and he had even greater guitar players than he also play with him. They sounded good too. Their tones were really good. Yeah, it was fun, and that was the same band that I had my favorite concert experience. My favorite performance I ever gave was opening for a band called Blues Traveler, which is a band mostly known by boomers, and but they're fun, and it was like everything went perfectly right that day. Like it was beautiful and sunny out, like high upper 70s, low humidity, or lowish humidity, light breeze, sunny skies, like just everything was picturesque. Near, I think it wasn't a sold out show, but I think it was pretty. It was like it was a well attended show, and outdoor venue. And I did a bass solo and did really good like the whole way through basically, and people cheered for it. And I got recognized after I got off stage too, which was kind of testament to how good I and my band did. And I think I did so well with my bass solo too that they did a bass solo. They're only their second song into their set for Blues Traveler, so I felt like their bass player wanted to like, yeah, what we'll see about this kid. So yeah, those are my two like really two of my favorite concerts I did, and they're both in the same band that I played at the same time. So yeah, Kyle Gass Band was very nice, very good people.
Yeah. Why do they keep saying I'm saying fuck?
It's a good word. It's versatile.
I say fuck all the time, to be fair. Oh, so it's time to move on to the final segment of the interview because we've been here for a lot longer than I thought we were gonna be. Not that it's a problem, it's just,
Yeah, well, the interruption helped with that. There didn't,
yeah,
cause that, I think. So
it'll happen. Anyway, let's go back to the main scene we were just at. Cool womp. You're back to, why the fuck are you, what did happen? What? Back to being a turtle.
I'm trapped in the darkness.
I hope
Oh, there I am.
I hope you noticed the sticker they put on your guitar, if you can make them out.
Oh, I didn't actually, because the reflection earlier. That's awesome. We got Like Clockwork and Death from Above, and what's down there? You can't make out the top and the bottom one.
The bottom one is a very squished Boshi, which I can barely tell. Top one is
Oh, I can see it now.
the top one is
Oh, top one's Master Fermenting Dregs.
yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Uh,
I would have those on my base case if I had a base case to stickerify.
I was gonna draw a regular base case and I got mad about it, and you just have a box. That's what my base case is in. That's what my base is in.
It works.
So with the final section, it's gonna be the tell me about yourself section. So I've asked you a lot of questions. Just tell me a story, something you think about.
There's a lot of stories. It's hard to narrow down anything because I've been working retail for 12 years now, which sounds unreal every time I say it. Like, man, I've been helping the general public out for way longer than I expected to with how difficult that can be. It's like a general story. Well, okay, we'll talk about but this was a good moment recently, like just when I saw Bocchi the Rock in theaters a couple weeks ago. So I can talk about Bocchi. Um, Usually I would skip any type of recap episode or anything on an anime, but Bocchi is not in the season 2 yet. I really hope season 2's coming soon. I think it's supposed to be, but I don't know. And so I wanted to do my part though and support the the series and the creators and everybody involved. So I went to go see the movies, and I had a really good meal before that. I went to this you talking about vegan stuff. There's a vegan cafe. If you ever find yourself in Ann Arbor, Michigan, there's this vegan place called Detroit Street Filling Station. It's on Detroit Street in Ann Arbor, and it fills you up with vegan food. It's all vegan. It's so good that they have had negative reviews from people who thought they were served meat. It's how good their vegan food is. Yeah, I had vegan cornbread and chili, and absolute shout out to Ann Arbor. Really underrated city. Yeah, it was one of those times where everything kind of goes right. Like going up there was really easy. My food was great. Everyone was super nice. I went to the theater. It wasn't weird. Watching anime with a bunch of random people. There weren't that many people. I did trip on someone's feet walking into the theater, but that's kind of normal. So I was like, whatever. They were fine. We were fine. And it was a good time. And that's what I'm trying to do with my life right now, trying to find those moments and keep working towards those.
Tell me about something mundane that you still think about.
Like a lot of customer reactions or customer interactions are otherwise mundane that I think about. We have we have a guy we call Beano Juice because he really likes Eric Clapton of all people. Famously, like the Beano album was, again, boomer knowledge, but famous album from a band called John Mayall and the Blues Breakers, and Eric Clapton played on it, and he was reading a Beano comic book on it, and so people describe, and he had legendary guitar tone for it, so they called that Beano tone. And this guy is kind of a nightmare, and so we call him Beetlejuice because if you say his name too many times, he'll show up. And so we've now dubbed him Beano Juice to give him his own unique name that we can say without cursing us and having him show up and torture us with acid tales from the 70s that he seems to be stuck in. So I'll think of those like mundane things like that, like customers that, for better or worse, stick with you when you really don't want them to. Mundane moments like that, that's just kind of retail in general. He once mixed up phrases where he, instead of saying he had an ace up his sleeve, he said he had an ace up his hole in a story he was saying. Well, now that's a work reference. It's like, oh, I got an ace up my hole for that one. Put what in your hole? That's the kind, and it's the kind of thing you do in retail. You find those little moments and latch onto them, and all of a sudden they're the next flavor of the week thing. And it's just all memes in general, ain't it?
You remember because you're around a lot of people acting weird. Here for this.
Yeah, I guess I'm existing in this realm while this is happening.
This moment is happening, and this moment is happening, and I'm a part of it now.
Yeah, it's not happening to me, but it's alongside me.
So tell me a story about a musical experience that you still think about.
There's so many too. I think the one that sticks out to me maybe the most is probably the first time I saw Queens of the Stone Age, actually. And I got to see them up in Detroit at the place called the Fillmore. It's kind of just a venue theater. And we waited in the rain. I waited in the rain with a bunch of other people for like an hour. I only started raining like 45 minutes or 15 minutes into our hour wait, but I just remember standing under a canopy or like an awning, like just looking around, watching people get soaked. I got pretty lucky. I didn't really get that wet because I made it underneath in time, but just kind of taking in the scene, like wow, we're just waiting out the rain and waiting for this band that we all want to see. I'd never seen them yet at that time. We get into the venue, we wait, another hour for the opening band. They start late after that point, and they actually got booed a little bit because I think we were all kind of mad. Like people were kind of mad they had to wait extra long. They're wet, cold, and they kind of sucked. The band kind of sucked. Oh, I don't remember their name. I gotta say their name if I did. But then Queens of Stone Age came out and was absolutely, to this day, my favorite show I've ever seen. They were incredible in every step of the way. They performed like a well-oiled machine. They sounded incredible. It's the second best sounding show I've ever seen. The first only being taken by Failure, the band Failure. They were the best sound, but just barely. And so yeah, I moshed. I involuntarily. I got like the second row. I got to see this band that has been really formative to me on the Like Clockwork tour, like on my base case there, the Like Clockwork tour, which is Like Clockwork's my favorite Queens of the Stone Age album and one of my favorite albums in general, top 10 easy. So I had that experience. It was legendary. And then I got to meet everybody in the band after the show too. Like I still have my signed vinyl from signed Like Clockwork vinyl, deluxe with the art and everything, signed by every member of the band. And to top it all off, the last member I needed a signature from only played on one track on that album. Drummer John Theodore, who drummed for Mars Volta previously. Yeah. And he, I don't think he planned on stepping out because he's only on one song on the album. So I think he assumed people didn't want to talk to him. But I waited outside for like an hour and a half, I think. And after that extra half hour, like Troy, the multi-instrumentalist other guitarist of Queens, came back out. And I was like, oh, hey, Troy, we already met. Like, but is John going to come out? And he's like, oh, I'll go grab him. And so he goes back in the bus, and John comes out of the bus with his toothbrush in his mouth, like mid-brushing his teeth to meet me. I'm just looking at, oh man, I'm sorry. You could have waited. I could have waited, man. It's all good. Like, I just wanted to say, like, could you sign my vinyl? And thanks for, being part of this. I'm looking forward to what you do on the next album. And I could tell he was like, actually, like, I don't think he would have come out otherwise, but he was genuinely like happy that I requested. I was the only person that asked to see him, I guess. So yeah, it was like the cherry on top of a legendary experience, and still one that I hold very close to me to this day, and I hope to have many more of those.
Awesome. That's like
I wish we would have gotten a picture. I should have taken a picture with him with the toothbrush in his mouth. That would have been legendary.
Oh, tell me a story about a person you still think about.
Oh, just any person.
Any person.
Okay, this is a great story. This is actually a friend who's no longer with us, unfortunately. His name was Josh, and good friend of mine. He was vegetarian. He loved cheese. He was vegetarian. But a lot of Josh stories actually. But one of my favorites ones was just coming up in the friend group that I predominantly hang out with. Friend group A, we'll say. And he one time we were playing, are you familiar with the it's a Jackbox Party Pack 3 or 4? What's it called? Is it called Figure It Out actually? It's the Jackbox minigame where you either have to point to someone or hold up a hand or fingers or make a face.
Oh,
Faking It. That's what it's called. Faking It.
I was gonna say it's not Figure It Out. Figure Out's the
Yeah, Faking It. So we were all playing Faking It, and I think it was the first or second time we ever played the game together. Like the Jackbox Party Pack, that edition was brand new at the time. And the question comes up is, hold up as many fingers as steaks as you've eaten in the last week. And, you're supposed to spot the faker by seeing how badly they blend in with everybody. Josh, the vegetarian, I wish you can't see my face, so you can't see the face that he made that I would imitate, but he just sheepishly looked over at us and held up 4 fingers. Like looking around, and we just all start dying laughing. And then the prompt comes up on the screen. The prompt was, hold up as many fingers as steaks as you've eaten in the last week. And he just goes, oh, damn it. It was so fucking funny. And we, to this day, anytime we play Taking It as a group, even though Josh is no longer with us, like we'll look at that category comes up and we'll just say 4 steaks. It became a legendary moment in our friend group to this day. It's amazing. There's others in that too. That's one of my favorites.
Oh, that's such a nice story. I love hearing all the Jackbox stories because it's like such a distillation of I'm with my friends moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's such a time capsule for everybody. It's amazing.
And they still make them.
Yeah. I love playing. We played. I can't remember which Jackbox we played last time we gathered around. But I'm never mad playing Jackbox unless, of course, my Quiplash got Quiplashed. Then I get mad.
And this is the final stretch of questions. Is there anyone you actually no? Yeah, this is like the final stretch of the question. If there's anything you want to talk about, let me. You can right now.
Just anything.
Yeah, anything. You're the subject. You don't. If you can't think of anything, that's just
I can always
cover bases.
We've covered a lot of bases, including bass guitars.
Dude, do you play that?
I sometimes
Double bass?
I've dabbled. I should get a double bass. Maybe that's my topic. I would love to get a fretless bass again, not necessarily double bass, but I see a future in me where I have a fretless bass again. I had one for a brief spell, but I like never played it, and I've always regretted not playing it when I should have spent more time with it. So that's my next music goal. Aside from like, I got to make an album and make music and shit, but I should get a fretless bass again because I think fretless bass is very underrated. It's an underexplored realm in the modern music era we're in. You don't hear fretless bass on like any pop songs or anything these days.
The reason Eric has whiskers because turtles have whiskers, don't they?
I think there are certain ones that do. Oh gosh, it's been a while since I bust out the turtle knowledge. I think snapping turtles have whiskers. No, they don't. I don't think actually any turtles have whiskers.
Oh,
But I do, and that's what counts.
I hope you know that the turtle decision was because of the turtle posting. Because
They should have whiskers.
Because you mentioned on stream multiple times before being the turtle kid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And I immediately picked up on that when the screen went live. Like, oh yeah, I'm the turtle. I had a turtle infatuation in middle school. Like that was my whole persona. My 6th to 7th grade, my nickname in school was Turtle. People would call me Turtle. I think even some teachers called me Turtle.
That's
classic middle school moment.
That's like really cute though.
It was fun, and what was really cool looking back is that everyone just rolled with it for the most part. It's not like I wasn't like pretending to be a turtle or anything in my day-to-day life. I just really like turtles because they're fucking cool. Like, they got the shells and they're just chilling out and they take it at their own pace and they. I had stoner energy without ever being a stoner. I feel like a lot at that time and going forward. So yeah, I don't know, identified with turtles. They're fucking awesome.
Oh, I would have totally pretended like a creature if I had known that was an option, as a child.
Right.
but it's chill. Now I can do it as an adult.
There you go. Exactly.
Now I have
there
money.
are no rules. You make the rules. Then everyone else has to follow them.
Yeah, it's like I can just have fun. I can just chill out, do whatever.
And that's the magic of VTubing.
I get to be a weird little guy. Speaking of VTubers, before the outro bit, Any VTuber that like are of that any VTuber slash streamer that like catch your eye, they're like, I need to be there right now, or slash big
Oh, like
inspirations.
I was let you say like right now, like live on Twitch.
Oh no, just in general.
Oh, um, saying both, I'll answer both. Right now, Western Style Guy is live, and I really like their VTubing thing. Their whole like scene is fucking really cool. um, but yeah, I mean, I've really gotten more into VTubing than I ever thought I would, and I found that I've followed a lot more than I realized. Like I'll look at my sidebar, and it used to be like almost all musicians and speedrunners, and then I look at now, and it's like musician, VTuber, Super Smash Bros. Melee thing, um, musician, VTuber, no, that's actually their Flesh Tuber. I actually found there's a channel called Turtles and Chill that it's a 24/7 cam of just turtles like chilling and to like lo-fi beats. It's pretty cool, and they're really nice people that run it. Shout out them. But I as far as VTubers like recently, I've really been getting into Mint Costella. I really like her stream a lot. I found that I didn't realize how much I identified with her until I realized she was older than me, and it's like, oh shit, like someone older than me doing VTubing, like that's cool because I always feel like the oldest in the room anymore,
I'm sorry.
and yeah, I'm used to it. And no, Mint's like she's like my older sister's age, and so I think that's part of it too. Is like, oh yeah, she feels like an older sister. Like, oh, it's because she's like literally my older sister's age. So a lot of her references and vibes were similar to what my older sister presents, you know. So, but aside from even just that like Freudian psychological aspect, I think it's Freud, or is that I forget which. I think that's Freud. I can't remember. I'm not trained in this. Yeah.
I have a degree in psychology. Wait,
one
one of the like 5 that I have.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, I can talk about my
I never.
education at some later point, but well,
Yeah, Mint's really great. She's got a great vibe. She's super laid back because she's also a big stoner. But she has a really good wit and like, you know, just energy to her. So shout out her. Um, Definitely a VTuber. She's definitely a VTuber I see live. Like, I gotta go be there now. Koki too. Koki's also like she's the opposite energy where she's super hyper, like, you know, super friendly, um, boundless energy. And I think that might be the first real shout out. No, we got okay, Western Style Guys in there. Never mind.
real shout out.
Real shout out. Yeah, Koki too. Like every time she's on, I try to lurk in there. Lots of great VTubing vibes. Every VTuber I follow has a great vibe, yourself included. So make sure you take a compliment too.
Thank you. I Archibald said this a while ago, and I think about this frequently, which is Archibald said that like VTubing, at least the sphere that we occupy, seems to skew older than like other avenues. And I have been thinking about that a lot because I feel like I'm the youngest person in the room again, and I'm like in my mid-20s.
Yeah, and it's like the internet in general feels like it's catering to people like in their teens and early 20s at max right now, right? So
Especially on TikTok.
it's oh yeah, especially on TikTok.
So
That's part of that. That's like the main reason I've avoided TikTok myself is just, you know, just because I feel like I'm naturally gonna not vibe with it just from the generational difference. Because not even a humor difference I found. Because I like a lot of I've watched YouTube poop since they came out, and that was proto Zoomer humor, and it just became actual Zoomer humor as time went on. I'm like, oh, I've already been at here, like everybody. Like, what took you so long? But nowadays, it's like, you know, I can still vibe with the humor of a lot of newer stuff, but the sense of communication has changed a lot for the worse, I think, in a lot of younger people. But that also could be me getting older and feeling more like Abe Simpson, where he's like, I used to be in with what was cool, but then cool changed, and it'll happen to you.
Well, but now we're in. Well, I think with VTubing and like the fact that it's kind of skewing older, considering there's like many, like a lot of the. I don't know if this is true. I just assume that most of the people in Hololive are like in their 30s, for example.
I think that's probably right though. I mean, that's the vibe I got too, though. We got the same vibe for that because it definitely does feel like a lot of people that at least the people I follow are all older
And like even
than.
like the popular people that aren't like well the popular people, a lot of the popular people on Twitch, like Jorma, fucking Northern Lion, they're like in their mid 30s.
Mm-hmm. Northern Lion's only a couple years older than me. I think Germa and I are the same age, or he might be a year or two older than me, maybe.
Well, the 985.
Oh, he's 80. Is that 85 then?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the numbers. Okay, never mind. He's 8 years older than me.
But with VTubing, it's like I think about that a lot, and I think it's like a very, very cool thing. Cause I don't fucking know. I don't know. If I was watching myself when I was 18, I'd either think that was like cool or I think it'd be boring. I was like, I don't fucking know. But I really like the community of like meeting like the people I have met, because everyone in the community has kind of skewed older and I can like talk to them more, I guess. As
Yeah,
strange as that
no,
is to say.
absolutely.
Not like I have anything against people who are younger. I don't have beef with like 18-year-olds. It's just that like I'm not that age anymore.
Not actively, yeah, for me, but sometimes the vibes clash immediately, and I'm like, okay, I'm just old.
I went to a thing recently with like a like meetup recently, and there are people like talking about stuff, and I'm like, whoa, you are all like 18. Oh, you're all 18, but like y'all are talking about like 18-year-old stuff. I'm like here just like chilling. Like I can't talk about high
Yeah.
school because like I don't fucking remember that much about high school. What I do remember is things you do not bring up to strangers.
Right. Or things you don't want to think about.
Yeah.
Hey, before we get to the finale, can I run to the bathroom real quick?
Oh yeah, run.
I'm gonna run. I'll be right. Is it an ad break coming up?
No.
Oh, I'll be real quick, chat.
Run. Eric is not playing bass. Eric is playing toilet right now. How's everyone doing? How are you doing specifically? Who was the last person who chatted? Archibald, specifically you. I'm looking directly at Paz's head right now as well. Looking straight at you. I'm gazing. I'm gazing. I hope this is a pump. Use this to pump out a vid. What does that? What does pump out mean? Okay, I can context out what pump out means. Okay, I was I was so confused. I realize now. I realize now. I realize what this means now. I understand. I understand everything. Also, as to what Kinski said earlier, I will believe anything anyone tells me. You should quote this Archibald guy more. He's smart. Oh my god. I hope you guys are enjoying. I hope we all enjoy Eric the turtle. I showed Archibald an early one. I can't stop believing everything everyone tells me. I think people have good intentions all the time. I don't think people are mean. I think people are nice to me because they love me. Because I love everyone. It's like we gotta be nice. Turtle. See turtle. It's turtle day. I hope someone in here plays bass soon, or at least has the bassoon, thinks about the bassoon. This is a different instrument from the bass. But I hope y'all are enjoying the interview. There's more planned. We got more planned. And I'll talk about that like after the end of it, because I'm not gonna be rude. I'm not gonna be rude. I enjoyed drawing the turtle though. You know, bassoon in French is What does this mean? What does this mean? Thank you for stopping by. We're about to end right now, so good luck. That's what that means.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Thank you. You did not learn about French words. That's good.
Oh, omelette du fromage.
So onto the last hit. Onto the outro now. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Shout out Christina Applegate. No, no. I gotta watch more Eric Andre. Um, uh, well, I did shout out Mint, but I mean, she doesn't really. People that need the shout out.
They don't need the shout out. It's just it can be someone you just like think is really cool, or it can be someone that you wanna uplift the thing to.
Yeah. I want to shout out a band. Then I want to shout out. There's a band. Did you play the song that I sent? I don't know if I wasn't listening to the stream because I was waiting for stuff.
Where did you?
Oh, I sent it in Discord.
Oh, 17th birthday.
Yeah.
I played that at the intro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I want to shout them out. Nigami 17th Birthday is the name of the band, and they're very unknown, at least in the States. I don't know how well they do in their home country in Japan, but I got into them through Bochi, actually. And shout out Bochi the Rock, not just the anime, the manga, though. In the Bochi manga, every chapter starts with like a little art tribute to some famous or liked by the author moment in a music video from a Japanese band usually. And one time the art like was just one of the art, and they all look cool because it's Bochi. I like reading the manga. But at the end of the translation, the translator mentioned like, hey, you reading this should listen to this band. And I was like, damn, translator breaking character just to mention this band. Like, they must be pretty cool. I should check them out. And so I did. And I'm so glad I did because they're really fucking good. The drummer in this is a fact I love giving people that might be tangentially interested in Nigami 17th Birthday. The drummer for that band is the same drummer for kind of legendary underground jazz punk band Midori, which has their big, you know that album then, or the album that everyone knows from them that knows of Midori, I guess.
Oh, I know all their albums.
Oh, okay.
I like grew up listening to them.
Nice. I have only listened to the one, I think it's Hello Again, We Are Midori, thank you everybody, we're Midori or something like that, whatever but it's the art with the boobs on the front cover. And it's an awesome album. I actually revisited it recently for the first time in a while, and I still really love it. So I was happy about that. But the drummer for Midori went on to drum for this band, Nigami 17th Birthday. So there's that tie-in with them, and they're just a great band overall. Though very odd in great ways, bass-driven in ways that I love, rhythm-driven with the drummer and the bass player together. And the two people like fronting the band are just characters. They have I like their voices. Their music videos are really involved. Yeah, just all around great stuff. I can't recommend them enough. I highly recommend checking them out.
I checked them out because you mentioned them on stream before, and I'm like, whoa, I love this.
Yeah. They don't have that much material. They have 3 EPs, I think, but they're all really short. So, but I like their second and third EPs quite a bit. I would, especially the second one, I think is the one I listened to front to back, like easily.
Is there anyone else you'd like to shout out?
If you find yourself in Bowling Green, Ohio, which I'm sorry if you find yourself there, but you can make the most of it. There's some good food there, and you should go to a record store called Goat Records. They're ran by a friend of mine. It's a really awesome small local record store starting out. They just started this year, and they deserve all the love and all the success that I can recommend for a music store, for a record store. So shout out Goat Records in BG. This is GOAT, like the goat, like the animal. Bowling for Soup, Ohio. Yeah.
Are there any parting words that you'd like to leave everyone on?
Stay in drugs, don't do school. That's my classic go-to. No, thank everybody. Thank you for listening to me yap for a while. And Forrest for putting this on. Thank you so much for, allowing this to happen. I like yapping about stuff, and I like this space a lot.
I love hearing the yaps. Everyone has things to say. Everyone doesn't matter if they don't to me.
Yeah,
And
true that.
now on for the question. I'll pause the music. I'll pause the music and put on put on the song. I
Hell yeah.
the strumpet song.
Oh yeah, there you
Hopefully
go.
it's not fucking loud. Hold on. I need to monitor it.
Good right there, dude.
Go for it.
Okay. On to the final question. Is there anything you'd like to say to someone who cannot hear this?
It's such a good question. Like it really makes you think about like the potentials. The good and bad, but in good. Yeah. I won't say who, but thanks for working through it, thanks for believing in me and believing in yourself, for not taking any easy way outs and just doing what you had to do, even though maybe you shouldn't have had to. And I will always appreciate that, even though I'm bad at sharing that. But I think they know. I know they know that I know that they know, but it doesn't get said enough. So thanks for putting up with me and helping make me who I am today. Especially when they think that I don't when they think that I don't listen to things that they say, but I always do, and I need to make sure that I let them know that more. So thank you. Lots of thanks. Gratitude in general is something I struggle to stress as much as I should. So, and thank you, Forrest, for doing this for me and for everybody else.
Of course. As I've said, I want to make sure everyone can. I'm in the community. I want to do things. I want to give people the platform to share things about themselves, which is why I've been reaching out to people that I know or want to know better. Like my first two were with friends. First one was a close friend, second was didn't know very well, and I've never talked to you in a call before, but I'm happy this is our first interaction. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say, and I hope you got to share what you wanted to share.
Yeah, thank you. I did. I think we covered a lot of ground, and I'm grateful that we're able to make it happen. It was so easy too. This was just like, let's chill out and talk. I'm like, yeah, sure, all right, cool. thanks for making the turtle Sona and the how'd you call it, the other one, like PC98?
Oh, the whole thing's PC98.
Yeah, the character, the way you pitched the other avatar to me.
The Bishonen guy.
Bishonen guy, yeah.
I'll whip it out real
you.
quick. Oh.
Yeah.
I'll send you both of these like after the stream, and just so you can have them in case you ever want to use them. Uh, I will say about this one. I forgot you had facial hair for some reason, and you look a lot less. How do I say this in a proper way? Your skin is not as brown as I thought it was going to be with the color I chose. So I thought I was gonna accidentally like hit you with the Ariana Grande beam.
Oh man. No, it worked fine. And I didn't have facial hair like predominantly until the last year, mainly because at first it just grew out because, you know, life. But then I went and got it styled from my stylist, and she was like, "You should keep it like this." And I looked at it, I'm like, "Yeah, I should. It actually looks like a real beard." I've never been able to like have a real beard until, you know, I've entered my 30s, and I finally have a beard that looks kind of somewhat good. So it's a recent development. So if anything, that looks more like me than I'm used to anyway. I'm used to being mostly clean shaven.
Song was awesome, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, it was just something we cooked up in a couple hours. I made the bass lines, and my buddies worked on the drum. They programmed the drums together in tandem, and the little horn, the little trumpet, hence the trumpet, was just a keyboard, you know, like MIDI trumpet. And I think that, yeah, the guitar is I think a partially broken guitar we just had lying around. Can't remember what the guitar lore was, but it was kind of like, oh, that's just my throwaway guitar kind of thing. But it worked.
Oh, I'm so excited to hear you make some music and drop some shit.
I got to. Thank you. I really do need to work on some music. It might not sound like this, but hopefully it's at the same caliber.
And with that, I believe we have ended. So I'm gonna switch to.
Whee!
So hold on. Yeah, Discord's not being good. So thank you for coming out. Thank you for agreeing to the interview. I hope it was a pleasant and fun time.
Absolutely.
Uh, for is there anyone you would like me to rate into?
Well, I saw him live earlier, and I thought that's what you were actually kind of gearing up for, but I was assuming ahead of time. But they're still on. Let's rate Western Style Guy if you want to.
Okay, of
That'd be
course.
my suggestion. Yeah, Famous Amos.
Of
as
course, I
Archibald
was gonna.
referred.
I see like two people that I like always watch that are live. It's Amos and Jal.
Yeah, I love Jal too. Yes, I didn't shout out Jal, but I definitely will always. Yeah, Jal is such a delight to watch stream. I still have the record stream streak for him. It just hit 240 today. in
Oh
a row.
damn!
Yeah, but it's because he has such a consistent schedule. It's really easy to like. I'm always home when he streams, and then I can just have his stream up and get the streak even if I'm not watching. So. But that's also, like I mentioned, terminally online.
I'm like so inconsistent with my schedule. Just probably not do that. But rated started. Thanks for coming out. I'm happy. I'm happy that it was a good experience.
Yeah.
As I said, the main goal of the interview is just to get people to talk about themselves and their lives more so than anything else, because you never have an opportunity to talk about like mundane things or say a lot of these things, and it's like I want to make a space where you can do that, or for people
Oh
to do
yeah,
that.
that was super gratifying. Thank you.
And final thing, next week I will be having another interview with Frax from Food House, so I hope around the same time probably. So thank you all for coming by. I'll stream again next week. I stream at whatever time. Thank you. 10 seconds. Eric, say the last bit.
The raid Famous